Oh.
Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There may be strong language and adult themes. And apparently there was more of that than I was aware of in last week's broadcast because YouTube has listed it as private, so I've got to figure out what they're complaining about.
All right. We did good.
I think someone flashed a Pepsi or something, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure we got a complaint from somebody, but they said it doesn't count as a channel strike, but until I figure it out, nobody else can watch it. And like I said, we usually only get about 12, 15 people watching when we're live, but I wind up having 50, 60 views a week later, so I know somebody usually watches it in the following week.
You guys did what to a Pepsi? What did you guys do to the Pepsi?
We can't describe that, really.
Oh, so okay. So you definitely
It's
know
very
why
private.
it got turned to private.
No.
Because I was gonna say if there's weapons, if you display weapons or I don't know how they are on the drug use since 18 states have recreational legal marijuana now. So
People smoke
maybe they
pot
relaxed that terms of service.
Yeah,
People smoke pot all day long on YouTube.
Will's been smoking pot on here
Yeah.
for as long as he's been coming to my streams. That's never been a problem before.
No, those
But
are
the terms of
cigarettes.
service says that you could have limited or no ad revenue if you display drug use. But that's a gray area since it's now legal in 1/3 of all the states.
Well, and my channel's never going to be monetized anyway, so I don't really care at all about, anything regarding ad revenues. I just want people to be able to view it.
Yeah.
You promised me I was going to get paid for this.
In satisfaction.
You don't get that
Knowing you
George
did a
Soros
job.
check? You need that Soros check.
Well-
Like I get it.
Jenny is giving us scenery on a rainy day here.
Well, yes, as you can probably tell, it's raining. It's about 50 degrees, and the rain has been going on for about 8 or 9 hours now.
Yeah.
The Mississippi is at flood stage. It was 10.52 yesterday, and they think it's going to be 11, maybe 11 and a half by the end of today or this rain session. 12 is pretty damn serious, and 13, 14 is a massive tragedy. So we're all kind of crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to escape this.
Yeah, you get that much, the river's going to surge. That's going to cause problems for people too close to the river.
Cue the Led Zeppelin.
Yay! I didn't see you jump in, lavender pincushion.
Hi, Diana.
Yep.
Hi. Let me get dressed and I'll turn my camera on.
Well, saw your thing on
Hello,
Twitter that you were
Isaiah.
feeling better than usual today.
I was having trouble getting the tape to stick to the windshield, so we're taped to the mirror today.
Okay.
But that also means then
Yeah,
We
I
can-
didn't
we can
see it
turn
in
it.
time, but apparently today is also Towel Day in reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide.
I was just about to say, don't panic.
I would have used that one, but I didn't find out about that until last night.
is this our 42nd show?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are certain jokes and certain references to certain shows that are starting to age
Talked to
out.
a bunch today.
So I'll only talk about Hitchhiker's Guide around people that are over 40.
Will, you're muted.
Oh, damn it. Am I? I'm not muted. Am I muted?
No, I hear you.
Well, okay, if anybody in the chat has not read
Oh.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the
There's
Galaxy,
something going
it's your-
with the sound here. Or is it just me?
Whenever someone asks what time is it, I
there.
always
Okay.
say time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so.
Yes.
I agree with you. I eat all day long. I agree with
That's a Hitchhiker's reference.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
come
chicken
on.
was extra greasy for a rotisserie.
I've read Hitchhikers once, and I've listened to it on Audible once.
Now,
I
is that
don't
the-
understand
is that
why
the
I
whole
don't.
thing?
I just don't remember lines like you guys.
YouTube
I
has
read-
the first 3 out of 7 books free on YouTube. The audiobooks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it's Hitchhiker's Guide. What's the second one? The restaurant at the end of the universe.
Yep.
And
then the third
then
one.
So Long and Thanks for All the Fish.
Yes.
And then, well, there's 7 of them. And the 7th one, Douglas Adams died halfway through, but his wife and a bunch of people that know him really well, they recovered his MacBook, they got his manuscript, and they finished it in the best way they can, honoring Adams. And it was called Salmon of Doubt. So the first, well, he didn't write the first half. You know how authors put together books. Sometimes they start at the end and then do a little in the middle,
Right.
but they
Right.
filled it in.
That would be so hard to do, is to not just emulate someone's style, but their intent with plot line, especially if it hasn't been
Mhm.
outlined or they've never discussed it.
Yeah.
I would hate to have that job.
Yeah.
Well, that's what outlines are for, I guess. Always
Yeah,
doing
well, you make outlines
outlines.
if you think you're going to die.
Say again?
Oh, Nerdy Rodent, thank you. Mostly harmless. Yeah, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only see 5 on there. I think there's 7 total.
The last one I read was Mostly Harmless, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That's
Mostly
the one where
Harmless
he
is as far
stops
as I
halfway
got.
through the cricket pitch.
I got lucky and I have the entire. I have everything they ever made on the BBC. I have it on VHS and DVD. So
Yeah.
I watch
Wow.
it. I watch it when I'm having a bad day or something.
Do you have Red
I'll put
Dwarf
it-
also?
Okay. So I do, but I'm going to tell you a confession. I have the entire series on DVD, but I've never watched it.
Oh, dude, you totally have to
And I'll
watch
tell
Red
you why.
Dwarf.
It's because I have like kind of a farm job where I got to get up at 4. I take care of my kid, you
Okay. Will, 1, you have to watch it. 2, you have to send it to me.
As a sci-fi aficionado, that is the one series I have not watched. I can go off on anything else, but that's the one series I have yet to watch.
It's kind of like Stargate, except it's completely different.
Why you gotta bring up my show, Jenny? Why you gotta go straight to the jugular, huh? RDA is the man.
But who has a VCR anymore? A VHS player?
I do.
I do.
Jeez.
I have several.
It's in storage, but
I need to
Yeah,
find a
mine's
way.
in the
Is there a
closet.
cheap way to transfer VHS to DVD or
I
to
had-
street
I
to
had
download?
I had a device that transferred VHS to disc.
Yeah, if you've got a VHS player, you can get things they'll plug into your computer so you can play it into the computer and record it.
I have an emulator
Oh.
that one digitally records anything that goes through a VCR and puts it into your computer. The other one just sends the signal straight to your computer.
Yeah, what I had was something that went from VHS to a disc. It was all in one machine.
I had 2 of those. Yeah, I burned one out transferring my VHS to disc.
That
Yeah, a
reminds
friend
me.
of mine had that for once.
I need to put all my grandparents' old slides. They have the old Kodak film. I need to put all those on DVDs and CDs before they get destroyed because they're just sitting in my
there's
storage
some
unit.
companies that are doing national advertising now about that service and the service of VHS and stuff to digital. And the prices they were shooting out that I heard of, I thought were pretty reasonable, considering my experience that 14 years ago, the prices were about the same. So
I transferred over all my home movies, like family home movies, a while back. I paid a company. I think it was like $3,000, but it was a ton of VHS and 8mm. But I just gave them 2 big boxes full, and I kind of realized I kind of knew that my homemade adult stuff was in there too, and I
Oh,
thought
cool.
maybe they would do it, but no, they were super strict. I guess the lady was like really, maybe a Christian type, but
Yeah,
but
that's actually
she marked them all with a Post-it note saying porn can't
Yeah.
transfer.
I know
Really, you
somebody
can't?
who had a video rental store, and they had all of their stuff from that store.
Oh wow, all the stuff from the back room.
Yeah,
I
everything.
actually, there's someone in my town. She's kind of a genius. I respect her from a business standpoint. There's a place called Video Depot that is still open in my hometown. She still has VHS and DVDs. She's a million things. She's a Notary Republic. She has a UPS store in her store. She's smart. She's diversified. But I buy old anime movies off of her. And rare ones, because people don't care about the stuff from the 80s and 90s. I was there, so I do, But I'm a picker. I have a VCR. I was raised by someone who went dumpster diving and picked lockers,
Oh, I'm looking forward to my neighbors down the street. I noticed they have a pond and some pallets sitting on the side there. I'm hoping they're throwing that away.
Heck yeah. Pallets are big business here. People are on drugs, so you couldn't leave a pallet laying around anywhere here in LA. Someone's going to take it and sell it.
I know where there's a pile of like 30 or 40 of them right now. They're just sitting there in the middle of nowhere.
I've thought about the idea of doing the storage auction things, buying an abandoned locker and hawking the stuff on eBay. And I'm sure I can make some money off of it. I'm just afraid that I'd be one of the ones that I'd wind up that after I move the stuff out of the front, something behind it would be like a decomposing animal.
My family is into storage buildings. We do that as a family, and I promise you that whoever owns it, unless it's some big corporation, it's likely that the people who run it have already gone through the locker and taken anything that is genuinely valuable.
Yes, especially during auctions. I've in a couple occasions, though, I will say, and this was more back in the day, I have seen a locker cut open and it's all just trash.
Yeah.
Literally trash.
Yeah.
So that's the 50-50 with buying a locker. But, my ex-wife's dad, who was a good guy, he was my friend, he bought a locker with 6 Sea-Doos and the keys were in every single one of them.
That happens too. Yeah.
So you never know. But I'm a gambler, so I love the chase.
I have a friend who also is in the storage business, and he popped a locker, and there was sitting a Lamborghini.
Oh,
no.
Honest to God. I mean, it took him a couple of years to actually get a title for it because it was an abandoned car, and there's all kinds of shit you got to go through. But he got it, and he's got a Lambo.
You know what?
The ones you see on YouTube, are kind of amateur types, and the most they ever pay for a storage is maybe $1,500. And I've seen a few where they strike out, but more often than not, they actually make their money back in a lot and then some.
I'm gonna be right back. I just want to get myself some coffee.
Especially tools.
Wow.
I'm still sitting in a room of this toolbox. Oh, let's see. This Husky, and let's see. You can see.
Well, and that would kind of be the thing for me, that
And
the tools are old toys.
Coins, jewelry. That's usually what they're going after, right?
My brother and sister-in-law haven't bought a TV for decades.
I'm weird. I've made money off of video games, off of all kinds of things. I'm a comic book collector, so whenever I find comic books, I'll sell those immediately because I know their value. But another thing, when it comes to buying and selling, you have to have an audience and you have to have fanatics. I'm really into sewing machines. I know 100 other idiots who are in my local area. So if I find something, I'm like, hey, before I take this home and keep it, does anyone want to buy this? You have to have a market if you're going to buy lockers.
Yeah, well, I've been selling on eBay for over 10 years now.
Do they open up the you're like on the whatever reality show they open it, but you can't go in and you can bid on it that way? Or do you do it
Yes.
sight unseen?
But that show is 100% fake. Yes.
Yeah, but from what I've seen, yeah, that's the way they do the auctions. Is they'll open it
Well,
up, but nobody can touch anything.
There is one thing that is very realistic, and that is the kinds of assholes you get who are bidding. They are some really bottom dwellers doing that. It's,
one of the reasons my father started bringing my cousin and myself was because people get mouthy. That's how I learned the business was just people. It's like a hockey game, you know, it's different on TV. When you go there, people are screaming, they're crazy in the crowd, banging on the glass.
Do you ever fear that maybe the owner of the storage place maybe planted a cooler, a friend of his maybe that is like upbidding just to drive the price up?
I could see that happening.
I would say it probably does happen, but I travel in like certain circles. Like the circle I hang out with are all a bunch of old men. And the only reason I know that these people are because of my predecessor. And I really don't hang out with the younger, people my age really don't have money like that, to tell you the honest truth. Like I'm in my 40s. You don't see people there in their 30s. You don't, you know, and if they are, they're there for a company and they're all business.
Yeah. They already have
kind of like
a maximum they could spend anyway.
We kind of have a saying like around here, there's a lot of classical cars. You never see a young guy in a classic car because they don't care. It's the old guy in his Chevelle and his 56 Chevy, you know. I miss it. I miss it. I was cleaning out my middle bedroom recently because I have to remind myself that I made a walk-in closet, but it's just turned into a big room where I shove trash in and close the door. So now I have to do something about it. You know, I'm a grown adult. I own a house. That's one thing I'm proud of myself. Like this room and the middle bedroom are trashed, but my son has a house. He has a functioning house. Because my dad was a hoarder, but he raised me the same way. Like the house was the house, and then he had, you know, a business and storage lockers and all kinds of fun places to hide your crap.
Oh, I just noticed the flag in the background is backwards.
I just recently made those. That's the opposite side of the flag. For when I put them together and they're waving.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're not really displaying when it's this is flag code. I mean, say what you will about the U.S. flag code, but when you display it vertically on a wall, the Union, which is the blue part, should be at the top left.
Oh, you're talking about those?
The national ensign. Oh, okay. I see now. All right.
Both of them are. All of them are. I have quite a few in here.
Bam. Yes. I got it mixed up. Yeah.
They're those
where's
are
your penis flag?
That one's a casket flag, and the one over there is an oversized casket flag.
Awesome.
I was raised by a Navy man with anxiety who was a drill instructor.
How long
I've
is
noticed
Navy
that every time Al Franken puts out a video, right over his shoulder, he's got Paul Wellstone's flag.
Oh wow!
In the little triangle box.
Whose flag?
I see a lot of Wellstone bumper stickers.
Paul Wellstone, he was a Minnesota senator. He died in an airplane crash during his re-election campaign.
Oh, wow.
He was, at the time, he was pretty much pegged that he would be president at some point.
Crazy.
Yeah, he
I
was
thought you were talking
also
about my Klingon flag.
he was also at the time the only senator who voted against passing the Patriot Act because he said it was too far-reaching.
No, that's incorrect. Russ Feingold was. Well, maybe Wellstone did too. But Russ Feingold absolutely was.
How's it going, Jeff?
Yeah, not too bad. I just caught a little bit about the flags you have in the background there, Will. I did hear a rumour of someone on another stream today that Randolph's threatening to send you a Canadian one.
Do you know, surprisingly, that's one of the only flags I don't have. I have a Union Jack. I have all kinds of crazy flags.
When I lived in Germany, I sewed a Canadian flag patch on my backpack wherever I went, just so people wouldn't know I was an American citizen, so I didn't get messed with too much.
Yeah.
We're hated everywhere.
So that's real. I traveled around in the George Bush era, and I would speak Spanish. My cousin and I would speak Spanish to each other because people, but there's a lot of things that give you away as an American. Like whenever I would go to Mexico City, people would be like, you're an American. Like we know, we can smell it on you, That's so
Maybe
true.
if you did a lisp with your S's, so that you would sound like you're from actual Spain.
I used to get a lot during the George Bush era. People would walk up to me and say, "You're cool, but I hate your president."
Well,
they'd say, "I don't hate your country. I don't hate your country, but I hate your president." I'd get a lot of that.
You didn't get any of that under Trump?
I didn't leave the country.
Well, actually, to be fair, we were locked down for half of Trump's presidency.
As someone who has a passport, though, I encourage all Americans to travel. Get a passport. Go to Canada. Go somewhere where it's not on a terrorist list. Go to Niagara Falls, the other side.
Yeah, I would certainly travel if I had the money to.
True.
There's it's an inverse proportionality to people. Those that are more inclined to be, super nationalistic and isolationist are the ones that have usually never left their own tri-state area. The more you get out and travel, the more you're going to be. And globalism is not a dirty word. I'm a globalist, and that's what we should all be, a citizen of the earth.
Heck yeah, I was when I left my hometown, I was really spoiled and didn't realize how close-minded I was. Then I traveled around the world.
Not all in one trip, but I have actually made it to both coasts. I've been to New York. I've been to San Diego.
Were you in San Diego recently? You stopped by and see Bionic Dance?
No. That was when I was a teenager, when my brother was in the Navy. The Navy was doing a promotional thing they called a Tiger Cruise, so that anyone on board the ship could invite one male member of their family. So I flew out and met the ship at Pearl Harbor and sailed back to San Diego, and they did, of course, all sorts of drills and exercise trying to sell us on how great it was to be in the Navy type thing.
Recruitment tour.
Yeah.
Well, Kate's on her way to this side of the country.
My grandfather was in the Navy.
Yeah, Kate wants to get back to New England.
Yeah, I guess the property is a done deal. It's just waiting to be able to move in.
My alcoholic, sexist, wife-beating, misogynist uncle was in the Navy.
I technically was in the Navy for 2 years. My first wife was a sailor. Sorry, that was a bad. I mean, that's true, but that's bad. Sorry.
Well, that 8 days on the ship is the closest I've ever gotten to being in the military. I know I would never survive boot camp. I just, being able to follow orders without any explanations is just not something I can do.
I'm the only male in my family from I think the 1700s to not serve in some way or the other for the United States of America.
You communist.
But Purple, Navy and Air Force boot camp is, you could do it standing on your head, really. It's just slightly more intense than you'd be used to. You would be able to do it.
Do you know what got me? And I'm sure your name's Jim, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Jim can identify with this. What's the second question they ask you at the recruiting office? Do you know?
They don't ask. They give orders. I don't remember any
It's
questions.
do you have asthma?
Well, oh no! You go to MEP station before you go to recruit training.
Yeah.
The MEP station is usually close to your hometown.
In my local recruitment, I was a nightmare teenager. My dad
asthma, athletic asthma, or flat feet.
No, I'm born asthmatic. I only use 60% of my lungs. That's why I smoke like a chimney, because I'm on a bunch of steroids.
And they can give you a waiver for like THC or even like one-time experimental cocaine, but anything hard, opioid-based illegal narcotics or hallucinogens, even one time, and you're gone. That you're not.
I was
accepted.
in the recruitment office
Oh,
for.
I'm unacceptable. Hooray!
I was there for 5 minutes. They asked me, "Do you have asthma?" And I said yes.
I was pretty much
That
born
made
with
out.
epilepsy, so I don't think they're gonna take me.
Yeah,
I have
I'm
fallen
sure-
arches. My arches are really low. I'm borderline flat feet. So that was the one sticking point. It was a nail biter when I went through MEPS. That was the only thing that I was kind of worried about.
I have
thought
bone
they,
spur.
I thought they quit that flatfoot stuff. No.
This was 91 when I went in, and they make you, my knees kind of crack when they make you duck walk and then stand up quickly, and they listen to your knees, and mine kind of crack. And that was another thing they were like really concerned about. I was like, no, I'm good. I'm varsity track team. Trust me. Put me in, coach.
You went in 1991.
Yeah.
My brother. Well, one of my brothers joined the Marines in like 1989, 1990, around there.
Oh, that was still Desert Storm.
Oh yeah, he was there.
Yeah.
He went to the first one, and he was in Africa and Somalia too. Well, Somalia is in Africa.
Yeah.
I've been to
Jyuni-
Senegal, Mali,
gonna
and
say, Will.
Morocco, and the Canary
Jyuni-
Islands.
Junie, you should absolutely not regret. There's plenty of people out there who can serve.
Yep.
I know you, so I think I can comfortably say you have no business being in the military.
I have no business being there.
I mean, I think I mentioned that I have a lot of people in my family who served in the British Armed Forces. Both my parents were in the Royal Navy. I had a grandfather who was in the Royal Navy. A stepfather was in the British Army. I had an uncle who was in the British Army. So I've got there's quite a few in my family that were in the British Armed Forces.
There's only
My
one
sister
unit that
was,
can outdrink U.S. sailors and U.S. Marines, and that's the Royal Marine Corps. The Royal Marines.
I could believe that. I could believe that.
They're just machines. I don't even know how they put it down, and they don't have hangovers. They can get out and do a 6-mile run the next morning.
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I sang a British tar in front of a bunch of Canadians, and they got me so drunk that I literally woke up in my apartment, and still to this day, I do not remember what happened. I remember I was in Portland, Oregon. I remember singing the song, a British tar is a soaring soul. I sang the whole. They were so impressed, and then we got wasted, and I don't remember.
Well, but you
They
do
were
have
Canadian.
you do have to be like very super fit to get into the Royal Marines. Because I mean, I know a friend of mine who was like, he was wanting to go into the Royal Marines, and he was like training for like a year straight, and he didn't get in. But then he ended up going into the army instead. I think he ended up in the Royal Engineers, but he was really fit, and he did not get in. He did not get through the physical for the Royal Marines.
You know what the requirements to be a U.S. Marine? Like physical requirements? There's some other things, but as far as just entry level, all you have to be able to do is 3 dead hang pull-ups, 60 crunches in 2 minutes, and a 3-mile run in 27 minutes or faster. That's it.
My sister was in the National Guard when they started sending those units over for Desert Storm. And hers got activated, and they got sent down to Texas for desert training. And while she was down there, they did a physical that determined she was pregnant.
My
So-
concern,
we've got
Yeah, that bounced her out of that, but it did give my nephew one of the greatest comebacks when he was like 6 years old. You know, the typical schoolyard taunts, and somebody said, "Your mother wears combat boots," and he said, "Yeah, but only on weekends."
All right.
yeah.
my concern with
That's,
with military
yeah,
is excuse me. My concern with
We've got
with military. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go
I think it's. I think we've got the Territorial Army, which is like our equivalent of the National Guard in the UK, the sort of part-time soldiers.
Okay. Yeah, my concern with military is that it's just being used to line the pockets of corporations these days instead of actually, protecting us like it's supposed to be doing.
It's
Yeah.
true. The every combat zone I've been to was under either false pretenses or bullshit pretenses. And the one just cause that's going on right now, we're not directly getting involved in. That would be something worthwhile. That would be something somebody in the warrior class of society would feel proud about serving in.
Yep.
And it's just dumb stroke of bad luck. I'm over 50, and even UNICEF and the Red Cross don't want me. So it doesn't look like I'm getting to you. I'm trying my ass off to get to Ukraine. I'll just convoy driver, getting refugees to the Polish border, something. But they don't want old guys.
There's a saying, there's not enough oil there to make it worth our while. There's not enough natural resources. There's not enough things to exploit for us to go there. And unfortunately,
No, there's
But
lots there from the exploit. That's probably part of the reason why he's being invaded.
yeah, but like I have a brother. Okay, my brother was in the Air Force. I have 9 siblings, and my brother Donald, he was in Afghanistan off and on for and Iraq for 20 years, basically from the time he was 18 until he was almost 40. Okay, and he flat out said how much of opium, how much drugs came back to this country for our companies. How much were the Air Force protecting poppy fields? How much were they,
Yeah.
he knows more about the heroin drug trade than I ever known in my life. And I used to ride motorcycles when I was a kid. And he served for 20 years,
It's
sad.
Does someone know that like Oxy or some of these opioids is there any like actual poppy derivatives? Like, do you have to cultivate the actual poppy to get, or is it all synthetic?
It's a
I
chemical
don't-
copy, but imagine if it's the same high. Like,
I
Yeah.
believe that when you synthesize opioids, as with many drugs that are synthesized version of natural compounds, that you have to start with some of the natural compound and then modify it from there.
Yeah, that is my understanding.
I'm not positive, so, you don't mark my words on that, but I'm pretty sure I heard something discuss that once. It's been too many years. I just don't remember anymore.
It's been too long since I've manufactured my own drugs.
I'm a total homer though, because I come from like it's against my programming sometimes because I was raised in such a patriotic family. When I was a kid, the Boy Scouts used to march with the Vietnam vets every year in the 4th of July parade. You want to talk about propaganda? My generation, they aimed it at my generation,
Oh.
I'm from the G.I. Joe, Sergeant Slaughter, yo, Joe, every Saturday morning, that's a recruitment video.
No, that's actually what it was all about. When the Boy Scouts of America was founded, the founder said that it was to prepare young men for the military.
I think in my drawer, I still have my dad's cards of he was in this organization. It was called the Lost Patrol. They would go to Vietnam and bring defectors, people that people were just let out of prison camps and they wouldn't come home. They wouldn't because they were so damaged. And my dad and his buddies would go there and bring them back.
I had been in the Boy Scouts. I found it to be a pretty useful experience. I think I have a handbook I keep as a survival guide. 'Cause it just has so many good advice in there, like how to tie certain knots and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I was in the
totally.
Boy Scouts, and yeah, I learned a lot of useful stuff. But yeah, it wasn't something. Not a time I was real proud of, mostly because it pushed a lot of religious propaganda as
I was
well.
about to say,
Yeah.
you guys have you know they'll kick you out if you admit to being an atheist. I mean, if you like the Boy Scouts and you want to get something out of it, you got to keep that quiet or you're bounced.
Oh yeah.
Really?
The group I was
I-
with never got religious, so
Perp, will you make me big for a second?
I was a Cub Scout in the UK, and it was one of the things you had to do every month without fail was church parade. You didn't show up, you were kicked out.
And I'm showing it because this card is so old. That's not my area code anymore.
Wow.
Well, because of where I was living, the unit was mostly Jewish. But even so, they still wound up starting every meeting with a prayer. They just kind of watered it down so they didn't mention Jesus, but we were all praying to the same God, so they were good with that.
yeah, we didn't have any of that with the group I was with.
I can't remember. You're talking about Boy Scouts? I can't remember if we prayed now. I think I finally smoked some of those memories away.
Well, the Scout motto says there's a line in it that says "To God and my country." That's the actual motto. When you hold up the three fingers.
Yeah.
On my honor, I promise to do my best, to do my duty to
my
God and my
duty to
country, and to
country.
obey the Scout law, and some other stuff. Oh, I still have it memorized almost.
I don't have any of that.
Ours was
memorized.
very.
I
Ours
would like
was very similar. We only had one extra word added in there, and that was God's Queen and country.
I would like to know if the section on don't masturbate is still in the Boy Scout handbook.
You know what? I
They
probably
didn't say the word masturbation. They would say sometimes a young man begins to worry, and sometimes they do things that help them not worry, and you shouldn't do things that make you not worry.
Oh damn it, Jenny! Now I'm gonna go looking for my dad's old books.
Look for,
Now I'm
look
gonna
for
go
one
look.
that was
I
in
have to look
the
through mine.
60s and 70s, early 70s vintage.
I have my half of my family was in the Boy Scouts, so I have stuff from the 60s on. And I actually have my grandfather's Boy Scout card from I don't want to miss, he was in World War II. So it's like when are you if you were 19 in World War II era? So it's from the 30s, I guess.
Yeah, they're rough. Yeah.
He was a kid, I have that in my office / closet. That's hidden in a special place.
See if they also still have that section on how to obey your scoutmaster, but don't tell the police.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
I
dear.
don't think
I
I
Jenny.
don't
don't remember
remember
that.
that section.
Yeah, okay. I think I know where that's going.
That reeks of the Catholic Church. I was so naive. I asked my mom one day. I was like, no one at the church, because she's been affiliated with the same church my entire life. I said, no one's ever been accused. She looked at me and she's like, are you kidding me? She's like, they've shuffled away like 15 priests. I was like, what are you talking about? It happens. It happens.
My scoutmaster was in a biker gang, and this was years later. Looking back on it, I absolutely am convinced that our Boy Scout troop, he was using it as a money laundering operation. I know it now. All the pieces fit together decades later. I was like, oh, that's what he was doing. Hey, we got our badges. He taught us so.
You know what though? Like that card I just showed you, a lot of those guys who are still alive, every single one of them, they ride under patched colors of some, and they're old. They're like in their 70s, 80s, but they're good guys.
I think VVAW is still around. Vietnam Veterans Against the War. I think they're still kicking.
I know someone, one of my dad's friends, he rides with this club called the Buffalo Soldiers. but those guys are aging out. It's a bunch of older black men, and they're aging out because they're all Vietnam vets. But you know, that generation's kind of, it's surprising if they live this long.
I would represent about the youngest people who are still around in the Vietnam numbers. I was in the last group that got a draft number.
wow.
And I fortunately missed being drafted by just a little bit. It was the first round of the lottery that they instituted. Supposedly to help get some of those rich guys in there instead of just all you regular citizens. You know, it didn't work.
You know, my dad said that when he went to boot, it was A, the first time he'd ever been around large amounts of white people, and B, it was all farm kids and broke, you know, people that were from Tobacco Row. Everyone, because he's from the South, so everybody was broke. They were all just poor farm kids.
My parents had preparations to send me to Canada if I got drafted. And my mom and dad come from military family backgrounds. They just knew Vietnam was that bad.
Wow.
I could have the numbers wrong, but my pops used to always brag about how he joined when he was 17, and I saw his papers, but what he never brought up is that his mom had to sign for him. Because you don't, when I was 17 and blah, 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 and he made it seem like he was tough. Nah, he had to bring his mom to sign, you know. It was America. He was still under 18, you know.
Yeah. My brother joined the Navy when he was 16. And yeah, my parents had to sign for him. But he figured that was still better than having to finish high school somehow. Which was really ironic because then he wound up finishing high school while he was in the Navy and getting his GED.
I was about to say, you know, like people from my generation, people that I know, they talk trash about the military, but like I've seen it do wonders for people and I've seen it do horrible. It's all about how, it's like anything else, it's how you treat it, you know? It's, you know, I've seen horror stories, but I know a million other success stories, you know?
It can be good for a lot of people. I think it can be traumatic and completely destructive to other people.
I agree. Like I said, I'm a complete homer because I was raised in a military family. My brother was the real life Urkel. I wouldn't step to him now. He's a scary dude. He's a big buff. He's a scary dude, and he has that 1,000-yard stare where you know he's been through some stuff, you know.
I've never heard that expression, 1,000-yard stare. It's good.
Yeah.
I've heard it, but then again, I have watched Full Metal Jacket about like 50 times. So
it reminds me of people that get out of jail and they just have that like permanent on the yard look where they're like permanently like on the swivel.
I think the males of our species naturally have a little bit of hypervigilance. Case in point, when you go to a restaurant, do you automatically sit with your back to the wall and a clear view of all the exits? It's almost ubiquitous amongst males of our species.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I learned a lesson a long time ago, though. When I was in my early 20s, I was on the metro in Los Angeles, and on the train, there's like a seat right here, and then there's a seat right here and a seat right here. And I was in what I call the sucker seat, where I was kind of pinned in between two people. And this guy was talking trash to me, and I didn't see his friend at the literally at the door. The guy reached over and completely split my lip open when he talked to me. We got into it. But from that day, I learned, you know, to always be hyper aware of my surroundings.
As far as sitting with your back to a wall, you get a group of autistics together and you'll usually have a fight for who gets to sit in the corner.
Nowadays, I do that. I didn't do it years and years and years ago, but I do it now because of how many crazy fucks are out there and have shot up places like restaurants and stuff.
My dad always
get me started. You know, my mom's in her 70s. My dad passed away 3 years ago. I was raised to always take care of your family. My mom and I live in the same neighborhood. We go shopping together. Like, she's my friend. We hang out. We're at Walmart. I looked down in her purse and she had a 45 in her purse.
Good for her.
And my mom, she has the right to carry, blah, 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 because she owns a property. She has all of her certs or whatever, but she never, ever carried her gun with her. And recently she has been.
Did anybody hear what Representative Paul Gossar said yesterday?
No.
It's not going to be good.
He said, I don't have the precise quote, but I certainly will nail its intention. They already got the shooter. He was an illegal alien transgender person.
I heard about
Yeah.
him being, or
Oh,
she
for
being
goodness
trans.
sake.
I heard that.
Well, he had posted that, and like a couple hours later, the post was deleted.
But he said it to begin with, and that shows what
Yeah,
kind of
he
person
did put it out there, and it was only after people were challenging him about it that he deleted it.
So I
just-
must have
just
seen
the,
it when it first got. Sorry,
yeah.
Nate, go
Well,
ahead.
It's
It's
just
that
the
kind of-
PR that they need.
It's that kind of talk that is going to get us out here on the streets minding our own business murdered.
Yes, that's
because
exactly
some-
the PR you get, the trans community needed.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it was one of the worst things that could
Well-
happen at one of the worst times it could ever happen.
And you notice how little any of the Republicans said about
yeah.
the shooting in New York, where the guy had the 180-page manifesto about white supremacy and all the right-wing bullshit.
It's because they don't want to talk against their bosses.
Yeah, they
Those are
don't
the
want to
ones who-
disenfranchise their base.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, I say this all the time because it's true. Propaganda works. They wouldn't
Oh,
be
sure.
doing this blatant crap if it didn't work, you know?
Joseph Goebbels made a career out of it.
So what's gonna happen? This is like it's the same old crappy sequel. I can tell you what's gonna happen. They're gonna fight over their apologies. They're gonna make it about them, and we're all gonna forget about the people who were murdered, children, mind you. I was trying not to get into it because it like I have a 12-year-old. I couldn't imagine my kid just sitting at school and then I never see my kid again.
Yep.
I thought we were gonna geek out during this episode.
Yeah, exactly.
And not talk about
Yeah.
depressing real world stuff.
Well,
I'm
that's,
gonna,
I mean,
I'm gonna say, I'm British and I'm depressed at looking at how often this happens in America. I can't imagine what you guys are actually feeling. So
Well,
it
here's,
just
here's
bums,
an,
it just bums me out because you know, in 6 months, a year's time, or 2 years, whenever it is, this is going to happen again, and we're going to have the same conversations. Nothing's ever learned, and I just
Same, exactly.
Well, here's-
I just kind of like get so turned off to it now. It's just, you know, it just depresses me.
Well, here's a nice
Yeah,
quote from here's a nice quote from President Biden. As a nation, we must ask, when in God's name will we stand up to the gun lobby? When
Yep.
in God's name will we do what needs to be done? I'm sick and tired of it. That we have to act. He's the
Well,
president.
Did you
well,
see
I
I
had
was
some
going
of
to
those
say
kids
he
on
needs to stand
Make
up to
that
the gun
statement.
lobby.
he was hesitating because he was just absolutely gut wrenched.
Purple, this was my brother's old catalog.
Yep.
So I witnessed some of these actually go off when I
That
was
was
a kid.
well,
Page
that
by
was the
page, I'll
year
show
I was into
Because I
that.
built
Yeah, probably some of the ones from that catalog were some of the first model rockets I built.
I have more geeky stuff. That's
See
why
if-
I didn't want to talk
see if
about
the-
how depressing America is
see
right
if
now.
the
It's sad.
Astron mark is in there.
I thought X-wing fighters didn't fire missiles. I thought they shot like photons or lasers.
Yeah, they just did 4 laser cans. Well, no, actually, they did also. It's like each one carried like 2 torpedoes. Kind of
Yeah,
like
but
The mega
when
lasers.
when
on-
Luke Skywalker, that was a photon that went down the shaft,
yeah, it was a
right?
torpedo. That was a
Yeah.
torpedo.
Okay, so I just want to say
Okay.
really quick, I'm a real geek, so don't make fun of me. I'm a real geek. And Wesley Crusher, after all these years, And these are mine from when I was a kid. These are all.
But yeah, the weapons in Star Wars are actually firing sort of like some kind of ionized or plasma,
Yeah.
form of gas or something that gets charged, and that creates the laser.
Gates McFadden is still hot. If anyone's into Star Trek and you see what she looks like right now, this I forgot I had this. This
You mean
is a
she was
great-
still hot 30 years ago?
Oh, she's still hot
Oh.
right now.
Is
Oh,
that
okay.
that original Battlestar?
Yeah.
Yep.
I
That's from
like
the 80s stuff.
for as much as I am a homer for the remake, like I won't even lie, like
I
I'm
love
biased because I saw
the
this
remake. I love the remake.
Me too.
I'm
I
embarrassed
never saw
to
the
tell you
remake,
how
I
long,
love the
how many.
original ones.
I'm embarrassed to tell you guys how many years it was before I realized Starbucks was not named after a character in Battlestar Galactica, and it was actually Moby Dick.
I had
Same,
actually
though.
wondered
Same.
about that myself when they started showing up everywhere.
Yeah.
These ones, I'm so glad someone told me to put them in plastic because I have a ton of Return of the Jedi original, a ton of like Star Wars original stuff. And this is actually one of the last copies I had because I sold most of them.
Well, I have apparently corrupted Sloth Girl because her birthday is coming up in 2 weeks, and she actually is asking for a Lego set.
Okay, so this is just awesome. This is Lord Cumulus.
Yeah, that's not a suggestive name.
Jeez.
You,
Look at the
it's-
background.
Yeah.
Wait, is this something you can actually show on screen?
This is a 19. These are all 1970s and 1980s comics.
Cumulus is a type of cloud, but the background says, okay, what
Yeah.
they're really talking about.
These are like some of my really off comics.
I have some
One-
pretty off comics too.
Yeah. Well, you know, one that's really off is. Has anyone else here read the Xanth series?
No.
No.
Okay, my fiance loved it, and it's kind of like reading through it. Okay, it seems kind of fun and innocent. It's a silly magical land that it's like everything is based on puns. But kind of if you go back over it, you realize there's a lot of really weird stuff going on there.
A land based on
Because
puns
he
sounds like-
actually explains about things like centaurs and harpies happen because there's these love springs that basically anyone who drinks out of the love spring is going to make it with the first animal they can grab.
Oh, and because I'm kind of a homer and a nationalist, for anyone who's wondering, that's Captain Marvel with the afro.
A land based on puns sounds like a place where Kate should be from.
Which,
you know, I've
which
never asked her if
Avengers
she's
are
read it.
those? I don't recognize them. Of course, Captain America, but who are those other ones?
You know what? It's been so long.
They weren't really ones I recognized, but actually,
The Mighty Avengers were a break off from the Avengers because the Avengers got cheesy in the end. To tell you the honest truth.
well, for the Marvel comic universe, it's actually a harder question to ask. Who can you name that has never been on the Avengers?
Same with
Because,
X-Men.
like, yeah, 95% of the characters they've made have been on the Avengers at some point. And Beast from the X-Men has been on the Avengers.
This was on Isaiah's wall. I have an entire Randy. I have quite a few runs of Spider-Man because I loved Peter Parker when I was a kid. So I bought
Yeah, same
anything
here.
that was Spider-Man.
Yeah, that team up series was interesting because they just trying to come up with excuses to put together two characters who would have never met.
But Spider-Man met everybody though.
What are all those worth, you think? Are some of them like super valuable?
So, like I have doubles of everything. It depends on the condition of them because now they grade them and they put them under microscopes. They read it. Same thing with baseball cards because I have a lot of really valuable baseball cards. But I had a Peyton Manning rookie card and it lost value because it had a nick on it.
I've got the original Dungeons and Dragons rule books from 1974, but there's an ink pen mark, just maybe a half an inch long on one of them.
Spider-Man's
Other than that, it's mint condition.
The one thing
Spider-Man's
I
an
will. Oh, sorry, Mage. Go ahead.
Spider-Man's an interesting character, seeing as he's sort of a bridge between the street level heroes and the global threat heroes.
Every time a movie comes out, though, these go up in value. They skyrocket in value. The one thing I love about this era of Iron Man is that they were honest, and Iron Man was a drunk. He had problems. He had interventions. Like, they were really honest in the 80s.
Well, that's what I always liked about the Marvel comics. Is that they spent some time developing who the characters were when they weren't wearing the super suits.
Absolutely.
All the day-to-day problems they had to deal with as people. And some of that being, the moral implications of having these superpowers.
And Peter Parker was a superhero, and he still had to worry about the authorities, aka Aunt May.
Iron Man being a drunk is what made Robert Downey Jr. such a good pick for the role.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of made for it. He was. I can't. They need to make. So anything, there are certain things that are remade, like The Outsiders, and I don't like them. So I don't like all remakes, but I'm biased because I read these as a kid. So when they completely changed the story.
Well, I know what you mean. I like the Marvel comics from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I really haven't cared at all for what they've done with the X-Men.
Yeah, after Decimation Midday, I pretty much stopped reading.
You know what?
I'm also completely annoyed by the Guardians of the Galaxies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe because there isn't a single one of the original members on that team anymore.
Oh yeah, apparently Professor X has pretty much abandoned his goal of unifying mutants and humans.
All right, so this one's kind of special because this is from the very first con I went to, and you'll see really quick, and I'm going to show my age really quick. But I have this is back when Star Trek was the only con. It was just the actors in a room in a Sheraton somewhere, But these and this one's not in plastic because I have quite a few of these because they were handing them out. But as the years go on, they gain value.
I really, really wish I'd held on to some of those issues of 2000 AD that I had as a kid.
I'll tell you honestly, I got lucky because my parents, well, mainly my father was a hoarder, so he kept everything. He was smart. He was like, he'll appreciate this one day.
I did go to a couple of Transformers conventions, so I've got a few of the toys signed by the voice actors.
Oh, neat.
Space fashions.
I'd rock that right now. I would rock that right now.
Jyuni, I got a question for you. Should I regret not having read any comics after 1963?
And I bought this at a con, but I wasn't old. I did not get this when the original came out. This is from the original.
I think there's some stuff you really appreciate, Jenny. Actually, all seriousness.
Oh, I have a card with all the people from Deep Space Nine on it, and it's signed by Terry Farrell.
This is a coloring
the one who
book.
played Jadzia Dax.
Oh, she is so hot.
Yeah, I have a card that's signed by her.
Oh.
Yeah, a friend of mine got it for me.
I was in the Star Trek fan club. Judge me.
Well, I have to admit, I succumb to the pressure of comics books are a waste of time and they'll rot your brain. And so you got to start reading real books. And I did. I started reading
No, they won't rot
in
your
the Nancy
brain.
Drew series, which made my parents go absolutely ballistic.
This is really cool
Nah.
because this is from the relaunch program when my dad.
Yep.
They were really pushing the propaganda.
Well, among all these space toys that were in my mom's attic that one of my nephews walked away with, and nobody will fess up to it. Back in the 70s, I was doing, just the plastic models, and I had bought like 6 of the models of the original Enterprise. And based on the Starfleet technical manual, I had built one of every class of ship in the manual. So I built one as the destroyer, one as the tug. I was working on the dreadnought at the time. That one I never completed.
Can you see that through the plastic?
Does anybody collect the eagle moss?
Yep. It's got a bit of a glare, but I see it.
This one's special. I love this one. I should put this in a frame.
What was that you were asking, Mage?
Does anybody collect the eagle moss?
I don't know what that is.
They make replicas of ships and stuff from sci-fi shows. I have Enterprise D, I have the Orville, and I have the original Enterprise from TOS.
No, lately the only things I've had, well, for the last several years, the only things I've had in my collection were more Lego.
They're pretty nice little models.
This is the greatest Batman that ever Batmaned the suit.
Michael Keaton.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my favorite Batman.
But again, I'm biased because of my age. So I'm an ageist.
Kevin Conroy is still my favorite.
Michael Keaton didn't become my favorite until about two different generations or attempts at remakes after him, and then I realized that he was really damn good at it.
What you got, Jeff?
This is still like one of the greatest comic book series ever made. This Watchmen.
Ooh, Watchmen.
Yeah,
that one I saw in the movie, but I don't know anything else about it.
Oh, they did. They went off script with the movie.
They went off script, but the original book series, the book by Alan, it's such a good read.
Yeah, you're roboting a lot, Jeff. We're missing bits of you.
Do you know, I read The Walking Dead.
I accidentally muted it for a bit, I think.
Sorry. I read The Walking Dead before I saw the show, and when they started veering off, it kind of killed the show for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, spoilers. Yeah. I stopped watching after they got rid of Rick.
Well, I didn't even get that far. I was watching it with my fiance, and after she died, I really just couldn't continue watching it.
Oh.
So I saw like through the 4th season, and that was it.
But I have worked on my own story for a zombie for a book. I probably shouldn't get into it on live stream, considering some of the content in there.
The season that ended with when they finally made it to Terminus, they're following the railroad track the whole season, and then they get zip tied behind their back, and they get their throat leaned over a horse trough, and then one by one their throats cut. And I've been to Iraq twice, served 13 months over there, saw what you guys can imagine, but that one episode did as much to me as anything over there in Iraq. And I stopped watching after that. That really just got me. I don't know why.
It's funny you'd say that, Jim. I watch all kinds of crazy stuff. I never dream about anything. I don't ever. Every Sunday night, every time I watch The Walking Dead, I would have an apocalyptic end of the world. I'm like running through my neighborhood, scrounging for supplies, and that's not a good feeling.
Yeah. I started writing my zombie story because I had a recurring nightmare of being in a zombie apocalypse.
I love this show, but I know what you're saying. That's
hardcore. Same with me. That my fiance loves that kind of stuff. She was all into horror movies and that. And yeah, I've just got too good of an imagination, so it caused me lots of trouble.
I'll tell you, I've been through some stuff in real life, so there's certain things that I can't necessarily watch because I've seen them happen in real life. And I'll take it back even from gory stuff. Like, I was in a horrific car accident. I know the sights, the smells, the sounds, the shock. I know what real shock is, when people are talking to you and you're kind of there, but you're not there,
And in fact, one of my characters in my book, actually, I have her having some of the dreams I actually had. So she's dreaming about being in a zombie apocalypse and wakes up in an actual one.
Oh God.
Oh,
In
that's
the
like,
graphic novel, wasn't it? Who's the little guy? Carl. In the graphic
Yeah.
novel, I think he turns he turns into a bad guy, doesn't he?
a
No,
lot of really awful
sort
things
of.
happen to him though. In
Yeah.
like that, see, that's another thing. There's things I can't even say on stream that happened to Carl. Like that, like the comic was hardcore, and they kind of toned it down in the show. They changed a lot.
I think I got
Because-
around to. I think I got around to issue 100 in the comic. I still need to read the rest of it.
Because Carl was
And
done wrong, man. Like,
Who are the
ugh.
brothers? One got his
Yeah,
hand chopped
definitely.
off, and the other Daryl and who is his
Rick
brother?
In the comic, Rick got his hand chopped off. It was I don't remember
Oh.
the name of the.
But
Yeah,
Daryl
Rick-
and
Merle
Merle and Daryl,
Yeah.
right? Was
Daryl-
it Merle?
Yeah, Daryl and
never
Merle
did
were
that.
actually exclusive to the show. They weren't in the
Yeah,
comic.
exactly. They weren't even in the graphic novel.
So I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring Daryl in, considering how popular he was into the
Mhm.
comic.
You know what?
Michonne
I
was
loved her.
always my favorite. And one Halloween, I was actually going to go as Michonne. It's it's damn
I
impossible
rock,
to get the look right unless.
Yeah, you would get jumped if you did that around here.
She's
I
just
was in
so
high school-
badass.
When I was in high school, there was a kid who did blackface and did dreads and everything, and he was shocked when he got beat up. This was when I was
Well,
in
not
high
even
school.
blackface, but you can't pull off that look. You got to have a certain like thinnish body type too to
Oh,
rock
totally.
the leather and the samurai sword, and then I would have to get two friends to dress up as zombies and then put chains around them and like lead them around as pets.
If you ever need a dread wig, I have one for you.
I played around with that Dead Yourself app, and I actually made a pretty good zombie.
I loved The Walking Dead. They had I call them exhibits at Universal Studios. They had whole stages where you could walk through. It was awesome. They had a cornfield, they had a house, then they had the jail. It was awesome. It was awesome. But I live in LA, so everything's commercial.
Well, then they did Talking Dead. You know that the Chris Hardwick would always talk about it after each episode, and now he's doing the same thing for Better Call Saul. Which you guys, if you haven't started watching it, it's a slow burn first couple seasons, but the payoff is immense. It is it's the best TV right now ever.
I haven't gotten
I'm
into
going
any
to
of that right
say
now.
I'm going to say don't spoil it because I haven't seen
I'm
the
not
end
gonna
of it
spoil
yet.
anything.
I'm working through the final series.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I got to say you need a little bit of patience, I think, to get through the first couple of, but it builds and builds and
God.
builds.
I'm just gonna go and say it's better than Breaking Bad, and there's six
I don't know
episodes
I don't know
left,
if
and
I'm
it's
gonna
already
go that
better.
far. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm going to go that far, but I'm starting to think it's finally starting to get on a par with Breaking Bad, at least without a doubt.
Yep.
Wow.
Breaking Bad's one of my all-time favorites. So
I'm really biased, so if you're saying it's on par, I'll watch it. I haven't got into it yet. It's on my list.
Just get through the first 3 seasons, and you will be paid off.
I smoke a ton of weed, so I love slow shows. I watch British television. I love when people are just talking. Tell you the honest
Even the
truth.
slow parts are just artistic, and it's just work of art.
Well, Will, if you're smoking weed all the time, aren't all the shows in slow motion?
Not unless I get the really good stuff.
and yet
You know why the best YouTube videos are 15 to 17 minutes long, and why Adult Swim only does animated 15-minute shows? Because they know everyone's baked, and that's the intent. That's 15 to 17 minutes is the average full-on attention span of someone who's high.
Well, that was actually from the beginning of TV. Shows used to be that length. That, the original TV shows were made to run 12 minutes with 3 minutes of commercials.
Yep.
Oh man, like I'm obsessed with Stargate. All their shows are 48 minutes because the rest of it was commercials,
That's one of the few good things about the BBC is you did not have to worry about commercials if you watch that.
Yeah.
Is that's government owned, and they don't ask for
Yeah.
like, it's not like PBS where they ask for donations. There's no public
No, that
support,
is
is there?
No, we basically, I mean, in Britain, you got to pay like a license fee to own television. That essentially funds the BBC.
And you guys have to have a license to own a television, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, for all it is, I don't know that I would want the BBC commercialised or sold off, though. As bad as it can be at times, but I think as far as, so we say, other countries that have, in some, should we say, other state-owned media in other countries, the BBC is not too bad at all.
Do you have to get a license per television?
Yes.
I think it's per household, I believe.
Oh, but okay, in this room, I have an insane amount of electronics. Okay, I have 2 old school TVs. I have a 40-inch above my head because I'm obsessed with sports. Would I have to pay a fee for each television in this in this room?
No, you just pay the fee. I think it's just one off per household. So you can, I think you can have as many TVs as you want in the household. It's just you got to pay the license fee to.
Yeah, well, and I had heard that it's still on the books that you can get a reduced license fee if it's just for a black and white TV rather than a color TV.
I believe that.
Who's gonna watch?
But how many people actually watch like over the air broadcast now?
Yeah.
No one has rabbit ears anymore. It's all digital.
I have broadcast only.
Yeah.
I switched to a
I
Roku a
can't
long time
afford
ago.
cable or any of these streaming services. They're just too much money.
I miss rabbit ears. Tell you the honest truth. When I lived in
aluminum
Arizona,
foil on there.
when I lived in Arizona, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's because it's flatland. I got like 30, 40 channels.
Honestly, I just don't watch TV. The only reason I watch anything off the streaming services is that Sloth Girl has it and lets me use her account.
Well, I have Hulu and Amazon, and I have a friend who gives me the access to Netflix.
Generally, if I am watching on the air TV, it generally is sport of some kind, to be honest. So
I was over at a friend's house. I was at a friend's house recently, and she still had Dish Network, and I was like, "Do you watch? I mean, do you know everything you can get? All right, how much you paying for this?" And it's over $100. It was well over $100 for Dish Network. I said, "Listen, if you cancel that right now, I'm not a salesman or anything. If you cancel that right now, get Sling. That's all your broadcast network TV, and that's like $40 a month. And then you got whatever you want: Hulu, Amazon Plus, Disney Plus, what all that crazy Netflix, and it's still not even close to what you're paying for Dish. Some people are still doing satellite and cable when you can get rid of that and just do streaming, and you can have all the channels you want. It won't even come close to what you're paying now.
Yeah, my uncle.
Go ahead, Purple.
My uncle was one of the first people to have satellite TV. So he still has a 4-foot dish on his garage.
Oh, that's
4 foot? 4 foot?
Yeah.
My parents had, it was probably like an 8 or 10 foot. It took up almost the whole backyard. They had it set on the ground, and it was, and when you move, you have to move it from inside your house, and it goes.
I haven't seen
You have to
those
follow
in a
the
long time.
satellites.
Oh, dude, in LA, you can still see them when you drive on the back roads. You can still the people who never took them off their property. They're all around here.
Well, where I was living in Michigan on my mom's property, that was really the only thing you could get. The TV cable ended at the state highway, and I checked into it when I was living there, and would have had to have the cable run in from 3.5 miles away, which would have cost over $2,000.
All right, so here's my justification. I am obsessed with sports. My kid watches the military channel and all that Bear Grylls crud. But I pay extra. I do. I'm a homer. I pay for cable. And I have
What do you watch on cable? What's the main
Hockey.
things you watch on it?
Hockey
Okay,
and
sports.
baseball.
Yes, Sling has that. Or you can get the NHL package, and it's still going to be less than what you're paying for cable.
Well, right now, see, that's the kicker. I watch the Kings, but I was basically forced to buy ESPN Plus because sports are being even more privatized. I won't even lie. The reason I got Spectrum was because the Dodgers were privatized. And I it's not summer without the Dodgers.
Well, and
Your
I'm in the
internet
same
service
situation.
provider, you can I go through AT&T for my internet, but I don't have AT&T cable. So you can get a service provider, and it's going to be, that's separate. You can, as far as like your programming can be all streaming, and you can have just a dedicated service provider and pay a way lower cost.
Well,
But with my cable, I can watch the Manchester Monarchs, which is a hockey team. I can watch the Ontario Reign, which is a hockey team. They're all Kings subsidiaries of the Kings. I do. I pay through the nose. I won't even lie. And I do have Netflix. I do have Paramount Plus. ESPN. I'm not saying it's not a. I pay through the nose for entertainment. Recently, I walked up to my kid. I was like, "How much do you watch television?" I'm about to make some life choices.
Yeah, I've got the internet through the cable. They keep pushing me to get cable TV with it and keep offering me these great deals. And it's like, no, I'm just not going to use it. It'd be a waste of money, even if it's only $5 a month.
Your Sling is like, I think, $40 a month. And if you just want broadcast TV, the stuff you could get over the air, plus a whole bunch of other stuff, Sling is it. And then if you're just watching network TV.
One downside between streaming or cable is that in my area here, and we're very underserved in terms of number of choices. If I went with one of those exclusively, I would lose like 10 or 12 stations, because each one of the main local stations can split their signal and have 2 or 3 or 4 different stations coming out of their building. And it's all free.
They do that here too, depending on what you have. Like Spectrum slowly started buying up everything.
Well, that was part of the thing with with all the TV going digital, is that the broadcast local stations could split their signal to be, having 3 or 4 channels where they only had one before.
You know why you only get one choice no matter where you live in the United States? Like if you're on the East Coast, it's Cox, and then somewhere else it's Spectrum, and here it's AT&T, because they monopolized. They all got together. They agreed. Okay, they have turfs, and they don't encroach on each other's turf, and so they can bump up the price. It's a total monopoly.
Oh, it's like the mafia. Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Totally.
Well, they should have let the free market run. They should have just let all the companies, so that you'd have 4 or 5 companies in each city providing the service. That would have driven the cost down.
Back in the 80s, when the cable companies really started to gain market, prior to that, they were mostly just coverage for rural situations. Everybody knew that that's what they were doing. Instead of the politicians, we want choice. We want more than one. We want competition for price. And the government, the politicians says, basically said, no, we're getting our kickbacks. We're not gonna do what you want. It's fuckers, all fuckers.
Oh yeah, I remember that when they were first bringing cable in Minneapolis, the fights they were having about that, and whether or not they were going to have 3 or 4 companies or just one company to wire the whole city.
And then the same thing happened with when the internet started to gain market. I lived in Milwaukee at the time, and this happened in a number of major cities. Milwaukee wanted to build a publicly available ISP so that anybody who wanted could join that ISP and have internet. Okay. And they were talking about gigabit internet, not just this slow shit that they give everybody today, but the serious internet. And they had proposals, they had a plan, they were going to do it. They're months away from just starting construction. And the Republicans in the state legislature passed a law that said no municipality may have their own private internet for their citizens.
That cup is about the size of my coffee cup.
This is actually a funny story. I was at Ross with my child, and he has autism. We're walking down, and he's like, "That is the gayest cup I've ever seen." I looked. I said, "Where?" And because it was Ross, I got this for $4. This is a 40-ounce coffee mug.
That's a trans cup.
Yeah. Well, I live in LA, so everything like I live in like between LA and San Francisco. It's like, you know, gay capital. And San Diego too. I've been to San Diego Pride. Man, they don't play. They do not play in San Diego either at all.
Oh, well, I was going to ask you a question, mate. You're a Dodgers fan, aren't you?
Oh, like since I was a little kid.
Yeah. Well, I forget the name of the guy who owns the Dodgers. You heard he's apparently going to be one that's going to buy Chelsea Football Club. You heard
Yes.
this?
I thought, you know, it's one of those stories that I scrolled past. I was like, but they have the money. He's part of the Magic Johnson consortium. Like, these people come with tons and tons of money.
Well, yeah,
They're
because
actually good people. They're good people.
yeah, well, because they're kind of hoping. They're hoping it will go through because it means Chelsea can play next year. Because I mean, obviously, I don't know how much people know about the whole reason why Chelsea are being sold is because they're not. Because the guy who's owned them for the last 15 years or so is a guy called Roman Abramovich, is a Russian oligarch and very close friend of Vladimir Putin.
Man.
So, yeah, so obviously when that happened, you know, we were, to say, seizing a lot of Russian-held assets in the UK, and Chelsea Football Club kind of was one of them.
To be fair, we like people talk trash about London and how, you know, it was sold to the Russian. Same thing happened in Los Angeles.
Okay, so what happens if you've got a situation like that, like the football club is owned by, you know, some foreign dignitary or something, and they freeze his assets?
Yeah,
selling the team.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this: Manchester United and Manchester City and Newcastle United will be in big trouble because I think Newcastle's owned by the Saudi royal family, effectively. And we're trying to remember the other. Is it Bahrain or something? I'm trying to remember who it is who owns Manchester City, but it's actually no, it's one of those very big oil-rich nations out there. I forget who owns Manchester City.
Is it UAE?
Sheikh Mansour. It might be Sheikh Mansour. Let's just put it this way: if we ever fall out, if we ever get pissed at the Saudis or anything, Newcastle United are screwed.
Yeah, in the U.S., everything is shell corporations, so they try to keep you from knowing who really owns what.
I saw this.
Yeah, the Saudi royal family owns a shitload of stuff here too.
And Japan as well. I saw this weird statistic that said that if Japan called in all their loans, they would own like Ohio. You know,
do it.
And if you think about it, like there's certain in the South, there's certain countries that come right in with their companies, like, oh, we'll make motorbikes, make cars, but they're not necessarily American-owned companies. Toyota, I'm looking at you.
Well, that's like the whole question of, you know, what is an American car?
Unfortunately, I'll tell you, It's Detroit steel with Chinese computer chips now.
Yeah, well,
So they're
you
still
know,
made in Detroit.
Car is a car that has been designed in America, that is owned by an American corporate structure body, and that is primarily built in America. That's what an American car is. Now, do they use parts from overseas? Absolutely, they do. But that doesn't make it a foreign car anymore.
I have a Honda right now that was built here, and my last car was a Ford. It was built in Hermosillo, Mexico.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
yeah, absolutely.
So you don't
There's-
know.
The companies,
Exactly.
well, no, actually by serial number. Most of them are plugged in, coded by serial number, which plant it was built in.
okay. How about a Chrysler car that has a Japanese engine, since Chrysler's now owned by a German company?
It's a
It's
Chrysler.
built in America. Is that an American car?
Yes,
But it's a Japanese engine.
it's an American car.
I used to have this argument with my dad because he was a Ford guy and he went and randomly bought a Ranger. I opened up the hood and it said Mazda on the engine.
Mhm.
And I tried to explain to him that the Mazda, the original, I think it was T100, I believe, and the Ranger were the exact same vehicle in the 90s.
And in the 80s, Ford bought diesel motors from BMW and put them in their cars, and a big RV company bought the same engine and put it in their company. Does that make them German cars? No, of course not.
In the 90s, I had so many arguments with rednecks because simultaneously, Dodge had commercials saying, "Buy American, your job depends on it." And Chrysler, which was the same company, was advertising, "Built by Mitsubishi, master car builder of Japan."
Well, most of the
You know
most
what,
of the British marquee names in cars they're generally owned by German firms, either BMW or Volkswagen now.
Thank you, Demon. Demon knows what I'm talking about. There was a certain year of the Mazda and Ford Ranger with the same vehicle. And the Mazda T100. I don't know if it's the T100.
Yeah, Mark Holden
first
went down, which was basically a GM car, or was Holden the Ford car? I forget. But I love some of the designs. You know, they're the same body, everything that we're familiar with, but they have radically different grills and bumper systems and things, and they look much nicer than the American cars.
Well,
That's
in
opinion.
Australia, they have a class of cars that they call them Jennies or something like that.
The trucks they
Which
call
is
them
kind of like the El Camino. It's kind of like a car with the back half cut off to give you a cargo bed.
a Ute. I think they
Yeah,
call
they
it a
do.
Ute.
Yeah,
I used to know this person from Australia.
and I would find something like that very useful. That would be a practical vehicle for me. Because I virtually never have more than one passenger, but I want something I can throw cargo in.
You know what I would be perfect for you would be a rickshaw. It's basically a motorcycle with a back seat.
Well, yeah, but I don't think they'd like that on the highway.
I just have this fantasy of building one. I'm gonna build one day. I'm gonna
Most
with a
favorite-
roof and everything.
I'd like
My
to have a
favorite
quad
vehicle-
cycle if I could.
The most favorite vehicle our shop owned was the Volkswagen Rabbit pickup. It was just a great car. It was comfy. It was fast enough and carried
Yep.
shit like a good pickup. And
Oh,
it
yeah, I'd
lasted,
seen those.
15, 20 years.
Jenny, someone in my neighborhood owns a thing, and it's
Oh, yeah.
orange.
They are neat. I love those. They're
Yeah.
very rust prone, but I like them. They're modeled influenced by the German Kugelwagen from
Yeah.
World War II.
They look just like them. I think they're awesome.
Yeah, the body is basically a World War II German Jeep.
A lot of people fix up. I live on the sunny side of America, so people drive. They fix cars up and drive them around. Someone around here has a Healy, and I know they worked for the movie industry. You can just tell.
Healy 3000.
No, a Healy tank.
Oh.
The British tank.
Okay, here's a question. I know nobody's an expert in this area, but How many Velociraptors would it take to take down an M1 Abrams?
Are we talking
Well-
about the new Jurassic movie or what?
Real Velociraptors or the movie Velociraptors?
No, real
Yeah,
ones. I have
say
too many
that
paleo people on my Twitter to, validate anything to do with Jurassic World.
To take down an M1 Abrams?
Yeah.
It ain't going to happen. I don't care how big the Velociraptor is. It's not going to punch through 6 inches of armor.
Yeah, roasted raptor is what it's gonna do. Ran over raptor,
They're basically chickens with teeth.
roadkill raptor.
Well, maybe turkey-sized.
That's what makes our species special because we build tools and we help
Okay,
each other.
I have seen wild turkeys do a shitload of damage to cars.
Yeah, but a tank is a tank and a car aren't
Yeah.
even in
No,
the
I
same.
know. No, just because Mage had mentioned it.
I'm from the era of there was a guy who stole a tank at Camp Pendleton, and they literally had to open the hatch and unalive the guy to stop it. They could not stop this man, no matter what they did, because he was in a tank, and that was in the 90s.
There was a guy who spent like 2 years taking his farm bulldozer and fitting it out to be a tank.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
Bulldozer.
basically he drove it through town. He like rammed through 3 buildings, and all the cops could do was follow him around until he ran out of gas.
I'm gonna look that up. San Diego tank
Oh yeah,
tank chase.
it's all over the news. If you guys follow the old Ricky Gervais shows on BBC Radio, one of his co-hosts was Carl Pilkington, and
Oh yeah,
I think it was his brother who got kicked out of the British Army for he hopped in a tank and he went off to the convenience store down the street to buy a pack of smokes on a public road. You know what a tank does to a public road?
That's
I
what
was
I
about
was
to
gonna say.
say.
I'm sure that would have screwed up the pavement pretty bad.
We can't even have big rigs on the street around here. Imagine a tank.
I remember.
Tanks, when
I
they
remember.
for like military parades and stuff, they have they replace the treads with a rubber-based tread. It's it's a steel tread, but then there's like a 2-3 inch thick rubber pad on the bottom of it.
Okay, that makes sense. I never thought about it.
I remember when Trump wanted a parade, the military was like, "This is not North Korea."
Yeah.
They were like, "Guy, do you realize the logistics of what you want? This is not. We don't do that here. We don't do." Oh.
You say about that. I remember there was a British comedian called Mark Thomas who once tried to take a tank through a McDonald's drive-through.
You can actually do that, like with a Healy. It's about the size of a Suburban.
Well,
some of those old tanks, they're not that big.
Do you know that's actually why we have drive-thrus? It was a McDonald's. I want to say it was Nevada, but it was McDonald's by a military base in the Southwest. And they had been ordered that they were not to get out of their vehicles while they were in uniform. So the McDonald's
still that
told
way.
them to pull up and they'd start handing it through the window to them.
It's still that way. If we're in our utility uniform, if we're out in town, the only time we can get out of our privately owned vehicle is to pump gas. That's
So
just
I've
the Marine
heard
Corps,
that.
because I see soldiers and sailors and airmen do it all the time, but I don't know, for some reason Marines aren't allowed to.
makes sense.
I've heard that story, but I've also heard that it was actually Wendy's who were doing drive-through things way before McDonald's as well. So I'm not sure what to think on that. I've heard sort of various different stories about that.
Where I live, they build helicopters. I won't say specifically what kind, but they're military grade, and the military is all business when they're in my town. They're all business. You never see anybody in their uniform at Jack in the Box or or sitting at Home Depot, you know. So it makes
Really?
sense. And in my million Vegas trips, I always see convoys. And I haven't gone to Vegas in a while, but I would always see convoys, and same thing, their business. They're all, you know, 'cause
There's a military tactical driving school in Las Vegas, and everyone I know, just even if you don't need it, they're always applying to go. It's only like 3 weeks long, and you learn how to go fast and back up and do the pylon thing, and then a drive while your door is open and you're shooting a moving target in front of you under your door while you're driving the vehicle.
oh,
All
that sounds
kinds
like
of cra-
fun. That
Yeah.
sounds like fun. 'Cause
And
I've watched so many
and learning
movies.
how to while you're going like 50 miles an hour, you're shooting the pavement in front. But like if you're chasing a vehicle, you shoot the pavement under the vehicle and learn how to skip the rounds up into the chassis.
That's
But
awesome.
anyway, they always apply to it because it's Vegas, and so they get weekends off, and you get to go to Vegas.
You know that just sounds like my neighborhood back in Milwaukee.
That sounds like LA right now. LA is Gotham City right now. It's no joke. Do you know we've had like, I don't know, 3 mass shootings in LA in between the last one and this one, which has been a week and a half. I don't know, 2 weeks. There was a young man who, I think he was Chinese against Taiwanese. He walked into a church and shot a bunch of people recently. LA is crazy right now. It's I know gangsters that don't go in public right now.
Yeah,
Like,
in America, mass shootings is just another Tuesday.
it's disgusting. It's
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's gotten to be quite true here. We're only in about the 20th week of the year, and there have already been nearly 30 mass shootings in the U.S.
like I said, just in LA, just in the past week, we've had 3.
Yeah.
It's just I'm
Yeah, well,
sorry.
that's,
like
that's
that's
what
not
I'm
okay.
saying. We literally have not gotten through a full week without a mass shooting.
I don't
No,
get it.
Mark Caesar. No, that is not a typical American driving school. A typical American driving school, they teach you how to physically drive the car without paying attention to anything around you.
Going 50 or 60 miles an hour in reverse is fun as hell, though, and it's way harder than it looks.
It's very hard.
I'm terrible at going in
awesome.
Rear
reverse.
wheel steer is very difficult.
I
My
grew up on
ex's
a property,
grandfather, my ex's grandfather had been a mechanic for the city. So he did a whole bunch of favors, like he was fixing the cops' private cars and that. So when she got old enough to drive, he wasn't going to do it. He called in all those favors. So she got taught driving by a couple of police officers that insisted that they weren't going to let her take the test unless she could do everything just as fast in reverse.
I told you how my dad, I stupidly bought a stick shift car for like $400. Again, I'm showing my age. My dad drove me out to the local college, gets out of the car. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, by the time you figure it out, I'll either be halfway home or I'll be home. He said, pick me up. I figured it out. I figured out how to drive that damn car. And he was almost home by the time I figured it out.
I feel like I could jump in and drive a stick immediately, but it would probably take a learning curve. It would probably take some getting back used to it. It's been so long.
It's the motion.
Yeah.
And you're driving with both feet too.
Yeah.
Actually, when I got back to one after
I've been driving a stick every year, every day, every year, continuously since 1971.
Yep.
Hey, Denny, come to California and drive a tractor. I have a bad feeling someone's about to quit. Do you know how to drive 16 gears?
No.
When I had to drive a stick again after, being many years without one, I didn't have too much problem getting it going. The main thing that I forgot was to downshift going uphill.
Well, that depends on the car. Some cars are powerful enough that you don't need to.
Yeah, this was a little pickup with a 4-cylinder engine, so.
Yeah, you'd have to do that, especially if you had a load.
The
I
last
owned
stick
a-
I owned, it was in my senior year of high school, and I was stacking just a cocktail of steroids, and roid rage, it's a thing, and that combined with road rage, and that's how I didn't have a stick shift any longer, because I broke that thing off. I got pissed at someone, and I don't know, it's bolted down with 4 bolts on the floorboard, and somehow I broke it off. Don't take steroids, people.
I wonder if it was somewhat rusted out from the bottom already.
It had to have been. It was solid. But it was a '67 International Harvester Scout, and so there were places in the floorboard I could see the road. I mean, there was rusted out holes in the floorboard already.
That's an awesome car. When you said did you see my face? I said, who? When you said international, I looked up. Those are amazing vehicles.
Yeah, so few people realize that International actually made cars. My grandma had an International Travel All. That thing was sad. It was such a great car. I couldn't understand why they hadn't sold 1 million more of them.
What's
the
up,
junker?
Scratcher?
The junker I had, if something fell off it, I just figured I didn't need it.
You know, to go back to roids really quick, I played when I was in high school, to give the Al Bundy line, I played high school football, and watching other people do steroids scared the hell out of me. So I never did them. They were all around me. They were readily available, but and also because I was this size in high school, everyone was like, oh, you're going to be a giant. And I'm like, I'm half Hispanic guy. I'm done growing. I was 5'9" at 17. So, of course, they put me on the team, you know. Roids are bad. Like Skid Scratcher says, don't do roids, kid.
But there's always those jokers at the gym that think they can just shoot up and not work out. They come to the gym just to hang out and socialize. And if you're stacking Duratest, Decadurabolin, and Halotest all at the same time, and you're not working out, and they wonder why they're getting boobs.
I was about to say, you're transitioning.
Up. Yeah.
At that point, you're transitioning. I had a friend who actually, he was a high school like superstar, but unfortunately, he was dumber than a box of rocks, where he literally couldn't pass an entry exam.
Okay, wait a minute. Back up there. Which one makes you grow boobs? I need that.
Yeah.
It's just flab. It's not HRT. It's like it's actually, synthetic testosterone.
Yeah.
Your testicles shrink while you're on it, and they go back to normal. Theoretically after you're off the cycle, but if you don't lift weights while you're on this, or do physical activity while you're on your 8-week cycle, you're just going to accumulate tons of fat. You're going to bloat up.
Yeah, we call that transitioning, because
basically you get man boobs.
There's a lot of people that it depends on what you're experimenting with too, though. There's a lot of baseball players that were getting caught with a certain type of estrogen, and to me, I'm like, you're transitioning, like you're taking the same thing transfers.
Yeah, it depends on the sport. Olympic biathletes and archers, especially the archers, because it's hardly any physical activity. Well, comparatively, no physical activity. But there's a certain steroid they take to slow their heartbeat down, because they have to fire in between heartbeats. And there's one for biathletes because that cross country skiing. There's one that evens out their heart rate, and so where they can do their skiing, but then they have to get set up with their rifle and aim in and shoot. So there's steroids for every different sport.
Yeah, I've heard there's one for swimmers that basically it doesn't so much increase their lung capacity, but somehow makes the air exchange more efficient.
Yeah.
I'm reading Ox's comment. Man, if you know what, even
guy at the Kearney,
you hog tie someone around here, that's like 5 to 10.
Technically kidnapping.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta imagine, they could have gotten arrested for that.
O.J. Simpson got a kidnapping charge for walking in a room and saying nobody leaves until I get my stuff back.
Oh, that's what happened. I always wondered. I thought he was brandishing a firearm and forced him
was.
to give his stuff back. Yeah.
He was, but but like in Nevada, they have crazy laws.
Okay, Ox, that's not fair because whiskey's man-made.
You know what though? I take a gang of inhalers. Those are made in a laboratory. They keep me alive.
Ox is still right. Alcohol is the most expensive socially damaging drug that there is.
What about coffee?
Yeah, that's
Coffee's-
alcohol. Alcohol. That's the steroid that professional darts players use as a stimulant.
Oh yeah.
Never badmouth Dr. Coffee, Mage. Dr. Coffee is always here for me.
Brain
I'm-
work
I'm-
good or with
I'm
coffee?
upset. What's that?
Brain work good or with coffee?
I can't function without coffee. At this point, it's my blood type. I am like Captain Janeway. It's really sad. It's really sad.
I'm gonna have to make a move, guys. It's been nice to chat to you all. I'm gonna take off though.
Good to see you.
Okay,
Take care,
good
Jeff.
to have you.
Great
Yeah.
seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you all. All right, bye.
Yeah, Jeff posted a video earlier today about their messed up politics. I didn't get to watch it because it is over an hour long.
Their country is going down the tubes just as ours is. It seems like we're all falling together.
Well, they're
Yep.
all talking about this gray paper now, which I didn't quite get the whole thing, but it's basically a report about all the parties that Boris Johnson threw at number 10. And basically determining whether or not he had been doing anything illegal with the parties.
I explained to Jeff that here in America, the only information we've ever had about that is the first one that was revealed that Bojo had a party at number 10. And what this gray report shows is that there have been a dozen of them.
So the Sue Gray report is showing.
It's become a situation like Watergate. It's not the crime that they did, okay? The crime was hypocrisy, that they were screaming and yelling, all you people got to wear masks. And then they had these parties with no precautionary measures whatsoever. And so it was, hypocrisy. But then they decided, well, we have to cover this up because we're Republicans and it's got to look Tories and it's got to look good. And so that's what they're really pissed about now is that there's a cover up going. And apparently they have films or witnesses accounts where some of these political people were at the party. And they denied that it was a party; it was a meeting. But what about those people who are falling down drunk?
And they're
Literally falling down drunk.
the thing that trips me out though is that their version of the Secret Service was telling the police like, "Hey, there's something going on." Do you know our Secret Service would never rat on any? Our Secret Service was going to McDonald's for Trump, So Boris Johnson betrayed his country. Like they're still held accountable for lies. Well, actually, Boris Johnson is not because he's like Teflon Don because he should have been fired. But then the Ukraine war happened and people rallied. But war people rally behind their leader. That's just the way it is. George Bush was reelected, the second one, Can
you imagine if Trump had been competent? I mean, he did a lot of damage, but at least he was an incompetent buffoon. If he had some competency with the maliciousness, that would have been even worse.
Oh yeah.
And if he had just been a little bit better about, staying on script and not saying the things you're not supposed to say in public.
Yeah, Trump would have been much more dangerous if he understood optics, and he didn't. And like Perp says, didn't know how to stay on topic. Thought that he could just talk about anything, anytime, and he couldn't. And that's why everybody hated the son of a bitch.
People forget that the president of the United States, they're not they're all they're not necessarily all doing the same thing. But let's take someone like Barack Obama, okay? I'm an Obama complete like Homer when it comes to Barack Obama. I love Barack Obama. But let's be real. He deported more people than 7 presidents before him. And I would put his numbers up against Trump's numbers. He deported more people than they probably admitted to, but he didn't say a word about it. And then at the end of his presidency, he's like, oh, here's DACA, here's all these programs, because most people didn't know that the Border Patrol during his entire presidency was not playing. If you showed up, they kicked you out, no matter what, you know? But, you know, people love Barack Obama, but they hate Trump for doing the same thing. I'm not saying you should love either one. I'm just saying they did the exact same thing.
His drone program in Syria had some major intelligence flaws that resulted in a lot of collateral damage too.
Exactly.
I don't love either.
Well, and as far as the whole immigrant situation, Biden really has not reversed any of the policies that Trump sent. He's letting them all continue.
But the Democrats were always like these versions of the Democrats were always harder on immigration than the Republicans were. They just never talked about it.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying that, you know, Biden's doing the same thing Trump did as far as all the immigrants went.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's typical. Republicans come in, mess things up. The Democrats come in saying they're going to fix everything, and they do nothing.
It doesn't help with Manchin and Cinema, though.
Oh, Ox, there's a statement that is really going to get Trump pissed. If you claim Obama's wife was hotter than his was.
She was way classier, that's for sure.
You know what, though? The Obamas, like, you can hang out with them. And I say this all the time, and I get hosed for it. But because of my pops, I meant George Bush W. And unfortunately, I know he's a warmongering, whoremongering, whatever, but the guy will look you in the eye and shake your hand. Like he'll give you a firm handshake, look you in the eye, talk to you about baseball. He's a real person.
Yeah, from everything I've gathered, he's actually a nice guy. I don't think he ever should have been president.
He's the kind of guy you talk to in line when you're holding your 12 packs, you know, on a Sunday, you know.
And I really think the problem Jimmy Carter had was that he was too nice to be president. You know, he's been a fabulous guy. I've been really impressed with everything he's done since he's been out of office. But he just couldn't play hardball with other countries.
You have to be heartless to be, like, especially American politics, like, it's cutthroat. And it's always, like, the person always goes to the highest bidder, too. Tell me who isn't in the pocket of somebody in American politics.
I'm just waiting to get banned from Twitter or blocked or something, considering how harsh I am to the government officials on there.
It would be cool to hang out with Obama, but my fat ass couldn't keep up with him. He's older than me, and I can't windsurf. You know what? He wanted to do all this crazy shit. I couldn't keep up with that.
Yeah, Mark
George Bush will hang out. He'll drive you around in his literally 88 truck. I'm down with that, you know, like his old Ford truck, you know.
Yeah, Mark Caesar. Even since Trump's been out of office, the governor of Texas has spent something like $1.4 billion to maintain the wall between Texas and Mexico.
Okay, this makes me like angry, like Hulk. Total. I'm about to turn green and bust out. We've had a wall the entire time. We have border patrol. No matter what you do, people are going to get over it. They're going to find ways. In Los Angeles, because I speak Spanish, I know a young man who got deported, showed up 2 weeks later missing an ear. He jumped over a fence and his ear got caught.
Yeah,
and kept going. I'm telling you, people will do whatever they can to get here. Well, they'll do whatever they can.
Well, most people who come here actually come here legally, and then they get stuck here because of the visa expiring.
Yeah.
That's how we end up with
come over by
immigrants.
Yeah, most people. Yeah, it's expired visas. The more come over by plane legally and then let their visa expire than cross the border illegally.
Yeah.
And there's one thing we're not talking about because they're able to slip in this country, eh? How many Canadians are in America illegally? You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. They
I suppose I would be. The first thing I would say is, why?
Actually, yeah. When I took the Greyhound to New York last time, in Erie, Pennsylvania, there was a customs official that demanded to see the ID of everyone getting off the bus to make sure everybody was an American.
Yeah, they don't play. They don't play. But Canada actually has hardcore immigration rules. They're really smart. Excuse me. If you've had any type of felony, you cannot live in Canada. They don't care if it was in 1978. They don't care if you've ever had a real charge. You cannot live there. And that's most Americans my age. The average non-military,
That's actually the reason I can't move to Canada. Was I had a felony offense for writing a bunch of bad checks 30 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. The average American has a charge, So I had a really good friend who tried to move there, and she found out real quick that Canada does not joke around.
You usually do more time. I used to work in a federal supermax. There were people in there doing more time for postal offenses, postal fraud, tax fraud than the violent crimes. You get out way faster for the violent crimes on average.
You mess with the government's money and find out and see what happens.
And not paying student loans. There's actually people in there for not paying their student loans.
That's messed
That's
up.
crazy.
Yeah.
The large majority of people in federal prisons are there on nonviolent drug charges. More than anything else, the people who are there, just because of possession or selling
This was
drugs.
a federal supermax, so if it was a drug charge, it has to be interstate. So it was usually distribution on a major scale.
If you're saying it was supermax, I mean, for drug
Oh
charges.
no, it's federal.
not
Yeah, it's federal. So if you're selling and you stay put, you don't go to federal prison. You have to be crossing state lines, transporting it.
If you don't mind me
not
asking,
necessarily true.
What's
I
the
don't know
real,
any that were there that were selling domestically only.
Yeah, but we have the
Maybe.
situation now that marijuana is still illegal federally. It is legal in some states.
Oh yeah,
Which means a federal official can go and bust Will for having marijuana in California.
How often does that even happen?
I've never heard of them actually trying to prosecute it, but theoretically it could.
Wow.
So it
wouldn't put it
happens
past them at
here
this point.
actually all the time. If you break the law, we have a ton of growing laws. We have all these laws. If you have what they call an illegal farm, the sheriffs call the feds because the sheriffs can't do anything. They literally have to give you your pot. They're not even allowed to pull it out of the ground anymore. So they call the feds, and the bees come in and ruin your life.
Well,
So
can the FBI just walk into a dispensary that's operating legitimately and close them down?
So theoretically they could, but I have yet to hear of it. But I'll tell you, here in Los Angeles, everything, let me see if I have any, everything is heavily regulated, okay? This is an old prescription bag. It has to come in a prescription bag, in a bag that's sealed with the state of California thing on it, and it has to be vacuum sealed.
California is not recreational yet?
No, it is, but it's I live in, California is regulated. So everything you buy is vacuum sealed. So you can't sniff the pot necessarily.
Oh, wow.
And it has the THC levels on it because, I live in yuppie land.
Yeah.
So they have the nutritional value on everything.
In Colorado, they just put it in a little tiny, like a plastic grocery bag. Out you go.
Yeah, well, California wants to make sure that you paid the tax on every gram.
Yeah, this is a land of lawyers and taxes. Like people pay taxes for everything.
Yeah. Well, you do have one of the highest tax rates in the country, especially if you're in one of the big cities like LA or San Diego.
Yeah, this is a land of lawyers. Like, we pay taxes on taxes, but
Well, that's why your gas is over $6 a gallon.
$6.29.
Yeah.
$6.29.
Yeah, you should look it up and see how much of that is, state and local taxes.
To fill up my Flex, this was so weird. Last week, to fill up my Ford Flex, it was $83 at a quarter tank. To fill up my 88 Ford F-150, I mean, I haven't filled it up in almost a month and a half. I was like, all right, I'm gonna drive this thing. I took it to the gas station, $72.
I need to get some gas. I'm almost on empty.
And who says that it's Biden's fault?
Oh, I'm not. Go look at the gas pumps though. They have the I did that stickers are everywhere in California. They are everywhere.
For people that don't understand how oil conglomerates control the price and not presidents.
Or have bothered to look at the cost per barrel versus the cost of retail and find that it's significantly less now than it was the last time it was $4 a gallon in 2008.
But we're not talking about people. These people vote with their feet up. These people
Yeah,
vote with
I know.
emotions. They vote. They don't watch the news. They don't pay attention to trends. They don't. Yeah, we're not talking about people who even contribute to society.
Yeah.
They just sit around and judge all day long,
Yeah, and here, Skits, I am completely with you on that.
Yeah, but the
I
problem
do not mind at all, paying the taxes, knowing there's some kind of standards for the quality.
Problem is they let those people vote.
I agree, Jenny. And Skits, I agree with you. That's why when I heard there was fentanyl in pot, I was like, what? But where I live, if that was true, half the people on the counter would be passed out. But everything gets super tested here. But in California, capitalism creates jobs. So we have all these BS jobs. Someone has to vacuum seal that. Someone has to create the label. There's a lot of steps that go in just for the package. So I'm okay with it because it puts people back at work in a sustainable field, because drugs don't go out of style. Like pot is not going to go out of style.
But it'll get automated just like everything else eventually. It's going to be some growing pains, but eventually UBI is going to have to be a thing. Universal basic
I agree.
income.
Quite honestly, I don't know how people survive. Quite honestly, I don't know how people do it.
We don't.
Yeah.
I'm on the roll. I get my Social Security retirement check, and that's all I have to live on. And
I have to. Sorry.
And I can barely do it. And now that gas has gone up so much, I pretty much have to stay home 6 days a week.
Do you hear that?
I can go out 1 day a week.
Yeah, I have to live off disability, and if they had UBI, I'd actually be better off. UBI,
but that if they come up with UBI, everybody else is going to get it except you and me, because we're already getting money, and they're going to make it. It'll probably end up being more than what we get, but because we're on what we get, we won't be able to go into UBI.
Oh, I'll just get off of what I'm on and then go into it.
The fucks.
Well, if the AGI singularity hits before we're dead, sometime in this generation, then it'll force the hand.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to take a moment. Blow me up on the screen.
Well, me getting kicked off disability would be easy. All you just have to spend, and I just have to have more than $2,000 in my bank account for the whole year.
Here, this is we're at the Houston Nature Center, and we're sitting at the beginning of the roadway, which is the bike trail loop. It's a 22-mile loop that goes down to east to Rushford. Actually, if you take the whole thing, it's about 55 miles, and back. It's all a paved thing on relatively flat land, because much of it was made from the railroad path. And then off in the distance there, you see the town grain elevators. Now, we saw the other grain elevators on the other side of the park, but this one is actually owned by an individual. Just one farmer has these and lets other people come in and dump their grain. And a family of gooses out there, but I don't think you can see them. They're probably too small. But let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, well,
10 chicks.
between the rain and your camera bouncing a bit, I can't see any of the birds.
Yeah, they're way too small.
Is it really windy there or what? You know, your car
No.
seems to be bouncing.
Wind is dead. The phone hangs on duct tape.
Yeah.
There's no solid mount here.
You said that's you. This is Houston.
Houston, Minnesota. Yeah,
Oh, Houston, Minnesota. Okay.
the good Houston.
Yeah.
I was about to say I'm going to be in Houston, Texas in early July.
Stop by.
It's a little out of the
I'm
way.
getting, I'm getting a lot of rain here.
I knew someone that lived in a place called Phoenix, Oregon.
Milwaukee, Oregon.
Yeah. I always had that problem when I was living in New York on Facebook. I kept telling people they've got to include the state because all the cities were the same.
Do you know, I was kind of disappointed when I found out there's my hometown has a weird name. There's 5 other places like it, just
Okay.
just like it across America.
A really weird bit of geography. If you get on I-90 in Rochester, Minnesota, and you drive east exactly 1,000 miles, you will be in Rochester, New York.
Maybe that's why they did it. I don't know. We have a Paris,
man,
Texas.
it brings me back.
Yeah, but
There's a Rome, Wisconsin.
Rochester, Buffalo, Ithaca, Rome are all cities in both New York and Minnesota.
We have a palace. It's Palestine. They call it Palestine instead of Palestine, Texas. They just changed the pronunciation.
They sure did. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Well, in the Midwest, we're just constantly arguing about the pronunciation about so many things.
Alexa,
Mostly the ones that used French
is there a
words.
Mecca in America?
That's a
Mecca,
good question.
Indiana is in the United States.
That's what I figured. I knew there was Mecca somewhere.
Yep.
Mecca, Indiana.
Here's an interesting thing that most people just never notice. But next time you're in a hotel room, look up at the ceiling. And a lot of hotel rooms will have an arrow somewhere on the ceiling pointing to where to face for Mecca.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it pretty much on the other side of the earth? Shouldn't the arrow be pointed towards the center of the earth, though?
Yeah, that would actually be accurate.
It's all about belief, though. If someone believes they're facing it, then,
Well, actually, based on Jim's point, there has to be somewhere on the earth exactly opposite from Mecca so that no matter what direction you're facing, it's an equal distance to it.
Does that mean you have to stand on your head or your face?
Look, as somebody who is a former NOI, praying 5 times a day is horrible. Horrible.
Isn't NOI more nationalism than Islam?
It's black.
though?
It's black nationalism. I was.
It's
a
more
kid
Black
and I got-
Panther than it is Sunni.
Look, though, but I don't think there's anything wrong with telling someone to make their bed, brush their teeth, and stand up like a man. I don't like. I
If it
know
was
there's
just
controversy,
that, then yeah. But there's a lot. There's a lot.
No,
of
no,
other bad baggage.
it's a cult. Like I would say, just like anything else, Like I would call Narcotics Anonymous a cult, Trust me, the NOI scared the hell out of me. The second they told me I couldn't eat pork anymore, I was like, I'm out of here.
What? No bacon? Forget you.
Really?
I eat
The
pork
Southern-
chops.
The Southern
once or
Poverty
twice
Law
a
Center
week.
has them listed as a hate group, right?
Well, it's more Louis Farrakhan, but quite honestly, I think he's a federal agent because no black man that says the things he says has lived as long as he has. No one. No person has ever said the things that he said. He recently had a speech called the Swan Song because he's kind of arrogant. and he thinks the world's going to end. But the truth is that he's old and he's dying.
Yeah.
And like all arrogant people, he wants to take all of us with him.
I think that's the problem we have with a lot of the Christian evangelist preachers, is that they're actually upset by the idea that the world might not end in their lifetime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with someone like Farrakhan, when he passes away, there is no one that is as powerful as him. There that religion will disappear.
Well, 41% of this country believes that the rapture is going to occur in their lifetime. And these evangelists, this is why they don't believe, they refuse to believe in climate change. They think there's no way that, that
they don't care about anything. Yeah. They don't care about anything that's more than 10 years in the future, because we're not going to survive that long.
Exactly.
They need to take the time to go into the original language, Aramaic, of the Bible, and realize that Revelations is not a prediction of the future, but a story about the past.
But
I gotta push back. It's Revelation, not Revelations, and it wasn't in Aramaic; it was in Koine Greek. But yes, you're correct.
In a weird way, well, no, because it's an Abrahamic religion, but most Abrahamic religions, and I'm excluding Judaism on this one, they believe the same thing. Like I said, I know a little bit more than I ever let on about the NOI, but like it's whack because it's a wacky religion. If you ask me honestly, they're atheists because they believe that their God, their Jesus basically has come and gone. So if you ask them if they believe in God, they'll say, yeah, but God passed away.
And what's with their partnership with Scientology? They are tight as two peas in a pod now.
Well, it's an American religion. So if you'd like it, are you talking about the Nation of Islam?
Yeah, they're fully endorsed
money
by the Scientology, Church of Scientology.
If you come to Hollywood, the Church of Scientology owns more land in the city of Hollywood than the state of California.
Yeah, but it's all empty buildings. They just buy up the property, and they don't have anyone to fill the pews.
I worked at a tattoo shop, and there was a joke. I worked for this man who owned 6 tattoo shops on Hollywood Boulevard, and he weirdly only trusted brown people. So I worked at the counter, and I'd work at all of the shops. Yeah. One side of the street was owned by the Church of Scientology. So if you're facing west, the entire south side of Hollywood Boulevard, everything south of that is owned by the Church of Scientology.
But see, that's, Jim was saying about them buying the buildings, but there's nobody in them.
Yep.
But if they're just speculating on the real estate, that's perfect, because as long as it's owned by a church, they don't have to pay property tax on it.
Yep. And that's why the Mormon Church owns more cattle, livestock, ranches than any other factory combined.
Animals make money. I'm sorry to say it. It's not even a secret. Go sell a cow and tell me how you're like. Animals make a ton of money.
Well, I've also heard that the Mormons own most of the city of Orlando.
They own my town. I live in California. This is like one of the last giant suburbs. And I grew up around large amounts of Mormon people. And actually, a friend of mine, we're the exact same age, and I believe he has either 12 or 13 kids. I have to look up now.
All right, it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I haven't said a word about disc golf on a Geek Out episode, and you guys should be proud of me.
Well, now you have.
I was noticing your backdrop there.
No, I was trying not to geek out, because when I get started, I won't be able to stop. And unless somebody else...
Ahead.
No, there's somebody, I think it was on Godless Granny's channel. There was someone else that was a disc golf freak, and we didn't even realize. We were like 20 minutes in, and that's all we were talking about. We were boring the live chat to tears. No, I'm not going to talk about it.
Good.
Before you do it, I found this. Maybe big real quick. I found this, and it brought me back. If anyone, I was obsessed with Robotech when I was a kid.
I'm looking at Gundam stuff right now.
Yeah,
This
the
was like
Macro
my.
Saga was one of the few anime type things that I ever followed.
This is why I got lucky, because I was raised by collectors, because my brother collected comic books too. This is in beautiful condition. This thing is almost my age. It's because I was encouraged to buy doubles. So I trashed one and I have like perfect doubles. And of course, it wouldn't be a godless sewing. Just appreciate how beautiful she is. Let's see what poster this is.
I was just looking at a picture of her on Wikipedia.
Oh, look at the poster. I need to frame all. I think I'm gonna frame all of these. Oh, look at that. Oh wow, that's huge.
Anybody see the picture of the mural that is being painted? Oh God, what town was it again? Shit.
Oh, of course.
I'm sorry, I forget the location of it. But
I ripped it.
Is a photorealistic artist, and he's got this like 2-story picture of Geordie. Well, LeVar Burton, he's not in the Geordie character. It's just beautiful. It's in black and white, and it's like, wow, this is unbelievable. And a couple other people who I'm not familiar with.
This is one of my favorite. This one I trashed. I remember getting this in the
Okay.
mail.
But Will, I have to kind of argue with you just because Maria Sirtis definitely had better hips.
She did, but I like tall women. I'm weird.
That's not weird.
I like tall. I'm okay if a woman's taller than me. I'm okay with it.
I lived for 3 years with a woman that was about 6'4".
Do you know what's funny? I have every single one of these books on the back. I'm a geek of epic proportion.
Well, I did have one of my streams that basically my channel got taken over. Because oh shoot. Yeah.
There's Gates McFadden now.
There. Okay.
Oh, look at her. Oh.
Oh yeah.
So how old is she now?
It's just on the Wikipedia page.
All right, so let's have a quick talk. I'm of that age.
I did have my channel taken over once because I wound up having Cirrus and Bad Tempered Badger in here. Basically tearing down all of the Disney Star Wars, and it's like, yeah, I stopped following Star Wars after Jar Jar, so I was completely lost in that conversation.
She's 73 now.
Really?
Star Wars is one of those series that started off just epic, of course, and then just nosedived like Game of Thrones. The last two seasons of Game of Thrones, it made me so angry that they destroyed something so beautiful.
That ending was terrible.
Well, okay. The thing with Star Wars, go ahead, Jenny.
The last works of the tremendous and childhood lust of Diana Rigg. You know who that is, do you? British TV show, The Avengers.
Okay, yep. I remember seeing some of that.
Skid Scratcher, I agree. I am biased though because that was my era, and that's also why I'm so in love with DS9 because those were in my developing years as a kid.
Yeah.
When I say kid, I was like a teenager.
Well, but what Jim was saying about the Star Wars starting out so well, I was a teenager when the original trilogy was shown in theaters for the first time. So I was the target audience. And
age isn't a factor, really, because there was one exception. Episode 7 brought me back. I felt like a little kid watching Star Wars again. That one is on par with the originals.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, I saw that in the theater when I was, 14, 16. And, it just blew me away. Go back and look at it now, though. When I rewatch it, I realized that we were blown away by the mind-boggling special effects at the time, to the point that we didn't realize that the story was pretty lame.
It was just your basic good versus evil. Yeah, you're right.
We just called it a hero movie.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
It was exactly taken from Joseph Campbell's framework of a hero quest.
And that's fine. You know, not every movie has to be epic.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying that as far as the writing and the characterizations, it really wasn't that good.
The first 6 seasons of Game of Thrones, though, I think what makes first off, it was written so well, just minus the last 2 seasons. It was written just excellent. And what it was the same with like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. That's why Game of Thrones was good, is because you didn't get too attached to any main character. They could just go at any minute.
And it was
so you were always on edge.
Well, you know, I'm just, the writing is so important to me. I could completely overlook cheesy special effects in a sci-fi movie if it's well written and you actually see some character development.
I see this all the time. Blake 7 has some of the worst sci-fi effects you've ever seen in your life, and it is an amazing show.
Oh, what's that one? Sigourney Weaver and Enrico.
But again, I'm biased. Like, I love the old Doctor Who. Sorry, Jenny.
It's a sci-fi spaceship thing, and I can't remember.
Not one of the Aliens movies?
No, it was
Red Dwarf holds up even today, and that's cheesy special effects, but it holds up because it was written well.
Yeah, nowadays they try and focus too much on the special effects and not so much on the writing.
Or Firefly, everyone, that's a cult. I mean, people love that still.
Yeah. Well, and Red Dwarf, even for being a comedy, made some actually very valid, real points. Like, one of my favorite lines for that, you know, is Holly, the ship's computer, saying that when you're piloting a ship the size of a city faster than the speed of light, it's brown britches time. Because by the time you see an object, you've already passed through it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. There are certain shows like Babylon 5 that stand up to this day, and it's got the total 90s cheese with the shoulder pads and everything, but it's an amazing show.
I heard that they're talking about a redo of it, or whatever you want to call it.
What, of Red Dwarf?
Start up again.
They had actually done a pilot for an American version of Red Dwarf, which was just enough to prove that they had no concept of what made it funny in the first place. So as far as I know, that was the end of the project.
I think they're trying to bring back beef. Let's be real. They're trying to bring back everything. And it all comes back to funding, because I believe his name is Joe Flanagan, the guy from Stargate Atlantis. He was trying to buy the rights to all of Stargate because he wants to start making movies, you know, with him and Jason Momoa again, and they're going in a different direction. So I don't know. I'm not necessarily here for all these remakes. And let's be real. I always say we get all of these remakes because Hollywood has ran out of ideas.
Well,
name me a premise that hasn't been done already. Okay. A movie you haven't seen.
Hollywood doesn't want to take a risk on a script from, you know, somebody who hasn't shown a payoff. So they'd rather stick to something. They'd rather stick to a name that's recognized, because they know right off that they're going to get so many thousands of people that are going to go and see it just because it's got Star Trek or Star Wars or Stargate on it.
But I go looking for I'm biased because I go looking for French movies, Spanish movies, Japanese movies, you know, and you'll watch it and you're like, wow, this has meaning. Like this is an amazing movie, you know.
Any Orville fans around here?
What was it?
Who fans?
Any Orville?
I watched Orville for like the first season and a half, and you know, then I guess I lost the ability to watch it because it wasn't being carried on the service I had.
I got turned off when they had an episode that was all about a guy who only pisses once a year.
Chaloja.
I never got. I watched the first episode, and then Discovery came out, and I became obsessed with Star Trek Discovery.
Well, it started out kind of a Seth MacFarlane comedy, and then I think after like halfway through the first season, didn't it turn kind of drama? It turned serious.
It's been
Yeah.
getting more serious.
Yeah.
Well, it started out because Seth MacFarlane was only known for comedy, so they figured that's what he had to do to get it started.
Well, he
But
wanted
once
to
he
do
started to make a name, because he had wanted to do something more serious, but no one
Yeah.
would take him seriously.
Yeah, he actually wanted to do Star Trek, but they turned him down for taking it, and so he went and did this instead.
He was in Enterprise.
So some of the scripts for Orville might actually be some of his scripts that he actually wrote for Star Trek, and he just converted them over.
He basically like said, "Hey, I'm famous. Can I be on your show?" He was all up on Enterprise in the 4th season.
It worked with Lord of the Rings with Stephen Colbert. He got a cameo in one of them because he's such a nerd for Lord of the Rings stuff.
I would do it. I would totally.
Speaking of cameos, then, who is the only person in all of the Next Generation who appeared as themselves?
Bob Hope.
Stephen Hawking.
Mark
Stephen
Leonard.
Hawking. Yep, Stephen
Oh.
Hawking was brought in a couple of episodes on the holodeck.
Oh, that's
One
right,
episode.
with Einstein and
Isaac Newton.
yeah.
Oh, he played himself?
He came on. In fact, they wrote the whole scene just for him.
Oh, did they exhume bodies and download their personality? Because
No,
Star Trek
no.
is how far in the future?
No,
Yeah.
Data was running a holodeck simulation, and they had Stephen
Oh.
Hawking and all these other guys, and they were playing cards.
Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
computer just generates a simulation based on the life work.
Yeah, you can go on the holodeck and recreate anything that
Now,
you could
and
think
see,
of.
I thought they should have used that. I thought that was the way that Next Generation should have brought Kirk back. You know, is just have the ship in some situation, and somebody mentions that the original Enterprise faced something similar. So then you could have Picard on the holodeck with Kirk, trying to find out how he dealt with it.
And they have had situations where they had similar situations to the original Enterprise too.
The Kobayashi Maru.
You really don't like how Kirk died, huh? Perp?
No, I just thought the way they brought it back for Picard to meet Kirk, that just didn't work. The setup seemed too artificial.
One of the greatest lines ever. I use it, and people look at me like, "Are you insane?" When Kirk looks at Picard, and he was like, "I was out hopping galaxies when your grandfather was in diapers." That is
I'm
one
not
of
sure if that's one.
he looks at
Oh.
Picard like, "Who are you, kid?"
I don't know if that's one of the greatest lines, but
No, I love Captain Kirk. That was my introduction to Star Trek, was watching the original series. So
well, I do like Purple's idea of having him appear as a holodeck character rather than actually appear like that. That's not a bad idea.
Although actually what you're saying about that line is how I often feel on YouTube. You know, that things come up and I realize that aside from Jenny and Lavender, I'm usually winding up in a room full of people who are younger than the kids I raised.
I feel that in another way, but I know what you're saying. Like, I say things sometimes and don't realize how privileged I am. Or that I'm like straight from the suburbs and I'll say something and I'm like, oop.
I think I'm again the youngest one here.
Hey, who's old?
Well, Kate goes on about all these great movies and everything from the 80s. And I'm like, yeah, I graduated high school in 82.
Mm-hmm.
And
was
she's
40
talking about
years
this
ago.
being her childhood.
82. I was like 2 years old at 82.
Yeah.
No, it's really amazing when I think about it. When I was born, the only satellite orbiting the Earth was the moon.
Yeah.
It kind of puts you in your place, doesn't it, Jenny?
Well, yeah, my grandfather always summed it up so well. He said that when he was born, automobiles hadn't been invented, and he watched a man walk on the moon.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so crazy. That's insane to me. My dad used to always say that his grandmother, who was born, she was a born slave. She was born at the end of the Civil War. She lived to the 1950s, I think. She was old. She was well into her 90s, but she thought if you went over 55 miles an hour in a car, you would go crazy.
Oh yeah, they were
Okay.
actually predicting that in the early years of automobiles. There were all sorts of people who were saying the human body could not survive going a mile a minute. Some were even saying your body would liquefy at those speeds.
My
said-
dad said she
with,
never got in a car. Sorry, Jenny.
They said that also with trains
Exactly.
that they're blazing 25 miles an hour.
But I wouldn't and he would tell me other phobias, but that same woman who was scared of going over 55 miles an hour cured my dad of malaria with mustard seed and in these giant bay leaves or something. But my dad said he almost died from malaria, and his grandmother saved his life with some old world remedy. So
Okay, then.
she knew something. She may have been, scared of cars, but she knew something.
I question how that would work.
I should have asked him. We made him write down he spoke a language called Gula, and he spent 3 years interpreting and writing things down. And he also wrote down a lot of. There's a country style called gut bucket. It's basically like, can't stand you cooking and you ain't good looking, I'm gone. It's someone plucking a guitar and talking shit, basically, But it was songs from the 1920s that were passed on from generation to generation. So we made him write all those down too.
It was really interesting. Just a few days ago, I remember hearing some commentator speaking of Lindbergh's transatlantic flight 95 years ago. And God, that shook me up because I remember Kennedy in his inaugural address speaking of that same flight 35 years ago.
Wow.
It's like, Jesus,
Right now, there's a popular question that they put out just because people want clicks and stuff. And it's who was president when you were born?
Oh, yeah, that one. Uh-huh.
And my answer, whenever somebody comes up with that, is I was closer to Truman than I was Kennedy.
Okay, then, yeah, because Eisenhower was president when I was born.
Uh-huh.
Carter, I think. Call me
Jimmy,
young, please.
You were
Call
born in
me young.
Jimmy's time?
I have to look it up now. Probably was.
Yeah.
That's just me guessing. It probably was Carter.
I don't remember anything of Eisenhower, but I do clearly remember Kennedy.
Do you know anytime you bring up JFK around my mom, she starts crying.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
keep thinking it was Kennedy, but actually it was Johnson when I was first born.
Yes.
Oh, it was Jimmy Carter when I was born.
Mage, you and I are around the same age.
I got socks that old.
Mage and I are probably the exact same age.
You're a little bit older than I am.
Oh,
I remember Jimmy Carter because that was when I was in third grade and we did a mock election.
Okay.
And I voted for Jimmy Carter when I was in third grade.
Wait,
Yeah.
I was bornish around there.
76.
That election was my first for voting, and I was an idiot. I voted for Ford.
Oh, heck yes, Skids Crasher. See, Skids Crasher knows about Gut Bucket. Gut Bucket, I love, my dad had many sides, but he was a drunken hillbilly, and he loved to play music. I actually have his banjo here and my banjo here because I've been cleaning out my closet. not figuratively, literally.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
I'm
doing
thinking
some
about
of it
making
now.
a video about it. That's how much of a disgusting mess I've let my closet become. And I'm thinking about a line. It's a working line, so you can steal it if it works. Before coming out of the closet, clean your closet. It's a working line. It's a working line.
Täytyy korostua. What? There's
You know,
this
that's-
little space over here.
I used to be so proud of my walk-in closet, and it just became a place to store stuff. And I would walk in there and put a vest on, and it just became another room to close the door and ignore.
You know, that's why it's so hard to be a gay moth. They spend their whole life trying to get into the closet.
What?
You know, it's so funny. There are every once in a while, some huge moth will appear and be like, I am born from all of your stuff. Ha ha ha. Every once in a while, a moth slips through in here.
I've been dealing with moths a lot lately.
Actually, some years ago, I was surprised just on our door screen. There was a moth as big as my hand. And I didn't know we'd ever got any that big in this climate. So I wound up putting the thing in an empty peanut bar jar and taking it to the Science Museum for them to identify it.
Okay.
Was it a Cecropia?
No, I forget what they said the Latin name of it was. But apparently, you know, they do get that big around here. They're just not that common.
Yeah, Cecropias are indigenous to Wisconsin, Minnesota area, and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. And they can get 8 inches.
I remember seeing a really large moth on my door once.
Yeah. Well, that's what this thing with the wings folded just at rest, it was as big as my hand.
Oh, wow.
Luna moths too are very large. I've never actually seen one in the flesh, but I'd sure like to.
Yeah, this is what I was looking up. If I had actually seen one.
Let me see can you see that? Oh, you can.
Which is the moth with the eyes on one pair of wings?
That's Cecropia.
Cecropia. Okay.
I can't see it.
This is actually one of the things I love about the Science Museum, that mostly they set it up for kids. So it was great when I was taking kids there, but just they've got like a help desk there that, the kids can bring in anything, rocks and that, and, they'll identify all this stuff and they'll tell them what it all is and how it forms.
Our science museum is like that too.
It's been a useful resource when I've found odd things like that. When I found insects I can't identify.
It's funny you'd say that. In Pasadena, there's this place, I believe it's called Kids Space, but you can bring them any rock and they'll tell you where it's from and what it is, how old it is. It's a really awesome place. I have to look at
After when I saw.
But it's like a theme park for rocks. It's by the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. It's actually an awesome place. One of my brothers had a party for their kid there. And I fell in love with that place.
I think the moth I had found on my door was a sphinx moth.
I have mothballs and all kinds of stuff in here, but I basically own the equivalent of like a Goodwill in my middle bedroom.
Yeah,
and
I didn't know you could use bay leaves for it.
Moths happen.
Bay leaves are pretty stinky. I would see how that could work.
Well, it's all a matter of what chemicals the insects are,
I should try that.
What they react to.
You get a box of mothballs, you put them in I open it up and I put it in like a plastic bag, and every once in a while I'll open it up and let it bomb the room, and then I close it. My method works, but
when you can't get your regular deliveries, that's how you're doing it. Just in your closet sniffing a bag of mothballs.
I've never been that low, and if you are that low, get help.
How do you get them to spread their legs?
Yeah.
Well, what you do is you talk to them nicely and give them the hungry eye, take them to dinner. I like going to movies and long walks on the beach. That
There
always
we
gets the legs
go.
open.
That's such an old, terrible joke. God.
I love that. You know, there are certain cliches that I will take to my deathbed, and long walks on the beach is one of them. Oh, so I'm running into a dilemma, and I need some help. I need some encouragement because I'm a hoarder. I don't know what to do with that mannequin right there.
Put it on your front lawn near the curb.
Purple, you make me big for a
It'll be
second.
gone overnight.
Isaiah, watch out. Okay. So I don't know what to do with this. These two are useful because they are standing up. I can use them as dress forms. I have another one back here that's an actual dress form that's useful for sewing. But that I don't know what to do with that mannequin.
I'm serious. Put it on your lawn at the curb, and it'll be gone by morning.
Well, I had it in my truck, but hold on. And I don't know what to do with Master Chief either. Can you guys see Master Chief?
Yep.
There's Master Chief.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to sell Master Chief, but I'm running into this thing where like I'm of a certain age where I collect all this stuff, but I don't even display it. And I think that would be better in someone's house who really loved Halo, you know?
You can dress the mannequin up as a zombie or something and put it on your front lawn as a Halloween decoration.
So
just hang
up
a
at the
sign
ranch,
around the neck that says free.
up at the ranch, I have a casket with half a mannequin body, and it raises up because my father was an electrical engineer, and I don't know what to do with that either. But I'm thinking about giving it to a haunted house. Will you're not being able to throw things out. I bet you still have your first box of mothball. No, I have a rule. If it doesn't work, if it's not practical, I throw it away. But still, so that mannequin, I'm kind of biased because my dad was a bit of an oddball. I know it's a shocker. And my family hated the fact that he had mannequins. And so when he died, I haven't thrown any of them away because I'm the black sheep. And my brother was like, you should shoot it. You should do this or put a charge to its head. And like, I'm like, it's plastic. But they hated my dad's Skids Crasher. That'll get you a fat ticket and possibly go into county jail.
Yeah, there was somebody in Minnesota who tried that they had a department store mannequin in the car with them.
Well, I don't know.
But when she got pulled over, yeah.
They make personhood at the moment of fertilization. I guess that's two people in one. You should be able to take the carpool lane, two people.
Okay, now that's different. And I actually did hear of a case about that too. That a woman who got the ticket for the carpool lane and she went to court and said that she was 2 months pregnant. And since state law said that after 6 weeks she couldn't have an abortion, that was a second person in the car. And the judge had to agree with her.
Mark, that joke is hilarious. That joke is hilarious.
You can put it in your...
So in the state of California, sorry, Jenny, in the state of California, so many people had mannequins, blow-up dolls, fake Trumps that they made a law against it. So they piss off the cops where I live. They'll go cry to the legislators.
Put it in your window so it looks like there's always somebody there.
So I have a TARDIS blue truck that is inoperable. I bought a lemon, which in America we call crappy cars lemons. Okay, so it sits in front of my house. I had that in the front seat. Every person who would come to we buy junk cars or something, I have security camera. People would jump when they would see the mannequin.
Yeah.
Okay, here, this is what you do with the mannequin. You get a skull and with a stub of a neck, and you put it on the mannequin and dress it up like a little old grandma, and put it in a rocking chair in your window like on Psycho.
Where's Posey? I have 2 full body skeletons too. I'm a real life hoarder. I have 2 full body skeletons.
There was a rural police department that due to cutbacks, it wound up that they had 2 police cars but they were down to only one police officer. So he would set up the other police car by the highway with the mannequin sitting in it. And they said it really did a job with slowing down the speeders.
Yeah, I've seen police just leave cars completely empty on the side of the road like that, just to deter.
It's funny to see that, Mage. In Ventura, California, they do that. It's a 1920s car, but it's painted black and white. Because I know it's there, I keep going. Every person that drives past it hits their brakes, because from far away it looks like a cop car, but it's a 1920s cop car painted black and white.
Yeah, my car's kind of on her last legs now. That I can drive her around town. I don't think she would survive a trip on the highway at full speed.
I'm angry that I bought a car that doesn't work, because even my crummy, rusty 1988 Ford Ranger, it runs like it's brand new.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to find out if I can get a loan to get another old runabout.
I wish I could mail you one of my cars. But mailing a car is so expensive, it's just cheaper to buy one.
Yeah. Well, from where you are, it's not even worth me going out there to get it.
I know
someone. If it was somebody in the Midwest, that one, I'd probably take the Greyhound to go pick one up if somebody had one.
I saw someone ship a car from California to Florida. It was a Prius, but quite honestly, you could have bought a used Prius for as much money as they spent on it. Well, maybe a Honda Accord, not necessarily a Prius, but they spent a pretty penny on it. Oh
yeah, I'm sure. That's the problem with eBay that I've run into a few times. Is that and any item that's bigger than 3 or 4 shoe boxes, the shipping will just kill the deal. So I'm serious, chat friends. What should I do with the mannequin? Because I do not necessarily have room in my. I'm rearranging everything right now. I'm probably going to spend all weekend in the closet. I don't know how it is in your city, but I would agree with Jenny that I would just put it out on the front line with a sign that says free, and I'm sure it wouldn't be there very long. Here's the problem, and you're gonna call me a Karen. I think it's ghetto when people leave furniture out on the street.
Yeah, well, then live with the thing.
No, it's part nostalgia, and like I asked my mom the same question, and she's like, "Give me that thing. I'll get rid of it in 5 minutes."
I had considered getting into fixing up furniture that people leave on the side of the road.
Hey, Sydney.
Yeah. I was thinking in New York that I could make a business out of that, about taking all the stuff that the students threw out at the end of the year and fixing it up and selling it back to them when the next batch of students came in the fall. Okay, so it also happens at like ski lodges. When I lived in Oregon, I lived in this place called Sandy, which is 10 miles from the base camp of Mount Hood. It's out in the middle of nowhere. There's a ski lodge out there. Millionaires would come buy all this gear and everything, and you have to be rich to snowboard. And they would leave their equipment there. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of stuff. Anything you could think of that's ski related, or jackets. Do you know how much a ski jacket is, or a snowboarding jacket? Yep. They would just leave it there, and we would come up. I still have a jacket that a friend of mine was like, "Hey, dude, here's a $400 jacket for free." Hey, the only furniture that I had in Michigan that was worth me bringing with when I moved are these 2 recliners. Okay. That I picked up from the back of the furniture store, because apparently somebody had traded them in, but they thought they were too worn and faded to sell them. So they just put them out back, and I got my cousin with his trailer, and we went and got them. This chair is a massage chair. It weighs over 300 pounds, and my ex-wife dared me to take it. She's like, you're not strong enough. She was shocked when she came back and that thing was gone.
but let's be real. Like I was raised by an electrical engineer. Like I came with an engine mount. I wasn't playing.
Oh,
I hoisted it up and put it on the back of my truck and took off.
Well, I was
Nice.
always kind of on the wiry side, and I never had a lot of upper body strength. So working at the construction sites and that, these guys were always, joking around. They didn't think I'd be able to move anything, but it's like, it's really, you can think it through. Applied physics on the job site. You don't have to brute force it.
Yeah, there are ways to lift things are heavy without using too much strength.
Yeah,
How's it-
most of it was understanding leverage.
Absolutely. I built my entire kitchen. One day I want to take my computer in my kitchen. I built my entire kitchen. I had cabinets that weighed like 150, 200 pounds. I did it old school Egyptian style. I put blocks up and I just built it up to the ceiling. I screwed it in.
Yep.
I sealed it, make sure that everything was in, and I took the blocks down and they're still standing.
For installing cabinets, I kept a pair of old scissors jack from cars so that I could just put a scissors jack on each end, crank them up to the right height, make sure they're level, and screw them up.
These cabinets are above my I learned something about cabinet building because I built 2 cabinets and I learned something. Build it inside instead of outside. I built my sink cabinet outside, and then I remember my cousin looked at me and he's like, I don't know how you're gonna get that in your house. I'm not helping you.
I had a landlord that did that. He built a bunch of kitchen cabinets, and he ended up having to cut one of them in half to get it up my flat.
You get over ambitious. Like I always say, like if there's an earthquake, I'm gonna crawl under my my sink cabinet because that thing is so reinforced. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what that thing was so heavy. It was
Well, I had to build all my stuff in place because I'm looking right here at a wall unit that's 16 feet long. It actually goes around the corner. It's longer than the longest wall in my living room.
Skits, as someone who's you're a physicist, right? You would have laughed if you saw me put my kitchen cabinets up. That's how I know the Egyptians built the pyramids without aliens. It's just, necessity is the mother of all inventions.
Well, we can actually see the evolution of how pyramids were built too.
And I say this all the time because it really ticks me off. Hi, Sydney. If you didn't hear me the first time, hi. It really ticks me off. If people are like, oh, how did they build obelisks? How did they build all of this? In the Pyramid of Giza, if you go to the back of the pyramid, you can see where they were cutting it out of the stone. You can see what they were doing. There was one that had it's been sitting there for eternity, It just pisses me off when people
Yeah, I used to have a great meme. I can't find it anymore. But it had like the pyramids and the Easter Island heads and like an Aztec pyramid. Yeah. And it said that just because white people didn't do it doesn't mean it was aliens.
Those Easter Island heads actually have bodies.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I saw the cartoon where it's a like a distance shot of the globe, and here's the Easter Island guys on one side, and oh shit, what did they use on the other? Oh crap! I think they use Stonehenge, but something that would look like feet or toes, and as though the Easter Island things are as big as the Earth and go all the way through.
Yeah, I've seen that cartoon. Yeah, it was Stonehenge being the toes.
I miss those old Warner Brother Looney Tune cartoons. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Might be.
No, this is just it goes around Twitter and the internet once in a while.
Yeah, I remember all those old cartoons that were, that if you dug through the center of the Earth, you'd come up in China. But I actually checked that, and well, at least from St. Paul, Minnesota, if you went through the center of the Earth, the closest piece of land is Adul Atoll, which is a remote island in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
Because of damn it. I'm having that doo. William's not home. Sorry, busy signal. Torchwood, because of Torchwood and Captain Jack Harkness, I know that I think it's China and Brazil are literally on opposite ends of the globe. Like
Yeah, I
if you
don't
went-
have a globe handy to look at it anymore.
It's really easy to do. Just take your latitude and longitude and change it from north and west to east and south.
Exactly. And now I have to look that up because those were really good episodes. Those are the ones where no one died. Where people stopped dying. Could you imagine if human beings stopped dying and we really all became immortal all of a sudden?
We'd have a big problem in about one generation.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what that's what this one Torchwood miniseries addresses, and it addresses it well, and it's amazing. Because like imagine in the beginning, there's this guy on death row, and he he gets lethal injection, and he survives, and then he has the legal argument of being able to say like my sentence was carried out, because technically it was.
Yeah.
So being immortal would be awful. That is the definition of cancer, like being alive forever.
Depends on
would
what
be-
age you are.
What's that?
Depends on what age you are. If I was in my early to late 30s, I wouldn't mind hanging around for longer.
I think my internet went out for a minute.
I wouldn't mind hanging around for a few centuries. As far as being actually immortal and living to the end of the earth, no, I don't want to go that far.
I in a 2-year span, I witnessed two people I love dearly pass away, and my grandmother died at 99, and I don't know if I want to live that long.
That's why I say it depends on the age,
She would look at me and be like, "Why am I here?" She had to move into my house because her dementia was like out of control, and she could no longer live in her house. She had a nurse, and I was showing her something my uncle was saying on Facebook on my phone, and I'll never forget. I showed her my phone, and she's like, "What is this?" And I said, "Grandma, this is the future. Look, you can watch my uncle." And she's like, she looks at me and she's like, "Fuck the future."
Okay.
I don't know
Mark
if I wanna
Caesar
live-
just put up a fun link to find out what's on the opposite side of the earth. You enter your location. So
And
yeah,
beef.
Empty POTUS map.
yeah. Well, I just tried it. All I had to do was put my zip code in, and yeah, it confirmed that opposite Minnesota is the Indian Ocean, halfway between Australia and Madagascar.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep, I just did the same thing and got more or less the same point, which makes sense.
No, it doesn't. You guys are 1,200 miles apart.
Well, it would still be somewhere in the Indian Ocean, though. The Indian
Earth is
Ocean's
70
pretty big.
The Earth, I think it was Carl Sagan who said if people had discovered Earth from space, they would have called this planet water.
Yeah.
Because this planet is 75% water.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
in sci-fi, they always refer to planets by whatever their major environment or topographical feature is. And yeah, Earth would just be considered an ocean world. They'd
Mhm.
pretty much ignore the land masses.
Looks like I'd be on nearly off the coast of Australia.
When I was a kid, I flew overseas, and it was almost torture because of my ADD when I realized how big the ocean is.
Somebody punch in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's where I'm closest to. That you could find on our standard map. Do you want a zip code for it? 54601.
I am so sorry, Sydney. I couldn't imagine. I am so sorry. My dad passed away from cancer, and it was awful.
I had a girlfriend in high school who died of cancer.
Matter of fact, he was the strong. My grandmother also was the strongest person I know. It was hard to watch her go senile. And then my dad went on an oxygen tank, and that was hard because he was a tough guy. And
Oh, go ahead.
oh no, it's okay. He kept smoking when he was told to stop for a while, and he's like, "What is it going to give me more cancer?" Yes.
We had a guy who died in high school, and it was the first thing I'd ever. Well, no, second person I'd ever known that died in at our young age. First guy was run over by a truck, so that was kind of different. But Guy Grosskite was his name. Died of cancer, and it just shocked the hell out of the entire school. We had 3,500 students that walked around like zombies for 2 days. It was amazing how much it affected people.
Yeah.
You have reached the Central Processing Center for the U.S. back tax experts. This call is to inform those individuals.
Man, I wish the government would call me. I wish they would.
My grandmother was 91 when she died, and she had basically a bunch of cancer all over her body at that point. But she died. She had her favorite snack of Baileys and chips. That's American chips. Chips. And she's there with her two youngest kids. Her daughter is giving her a foot massage. She's falling, and she fell asleep getting a foot massage, and died getting a foot massage in her sleep. And that's definitely a good way to go.
Yep.
A good friend of mine, a car business guy, he was one of the older people who took me under his arm when I started getting involved in the business, and we ended up being friends for 30 years. And I knew one of his kids even had a crush on me.
Kitty's backstage, Purple.
And Pete died in his living room in his recliner with his feet up and a magazine with a centerfold of Betty Grable on his chest and a glass of scotch on the table next to him.
Yeah, that's a good way to go.
It sounds like, eh?
I always jokingly say that I'm going to die like David Carradine. And I'm not joking. I will. And it'll be someone who doesn't speak English saying, I don't know what happened.
Probably be a month before anybody finds my body. I'm going to stink.
So I did that link, and I would be drowning because I would be in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Australia.
Yeah, it appears that any
right about
location
where I
in the U.S., the Antipode is in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
The Earth is huge, and it's mainly water. Like, if you look at a map, Hawaii looks really close to California. That's a 5-hour flight.
Well,
Kitty.
okay. Australia is about the same size as, the 48 continuous states.
Yep.
And the Indian Ocean is about 2 to 3 times the width of Australia. So basically, anywhere in the continental U.S. is going to fall somewhere in the Indian Ocean.
Uh-huh.
Crazy sauce.
Now, another anomaly that I had noted before and forgotten about, looking up Jenny's, that the closest island in the Indian Ocean to Jenny is actually called St. Paul.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's a great irony.
Kitty, how's the garden going?
It's doing good. Like, we've got our corn is starting to come up, and one of the blackberry bushes now, I mean, it curves over slightly, but if you were to straighten out like that top vine, it is literally as tall as I am, and we're starting to actually get some blackberries.
Take that vine that's tipping over, stick it in some dirt, and it'll grow another plant.
Yep.
Well, I've already got 2 more plants like right next to each other, and I'm fine with it getting up and bushy. I'm going to set up a trellisy type thing and grow it more vertically like they did at the farm that we went to. Speaking of, this past Sunday and 2 weeks prior, so on Mother's Day and then, this past Sunday, we went to a farm. It's about an hour drive from where we are, but it is Graham Farms. And so they have like these big peach orchards, and they also have tons and tons of blackberry bushes. So you can go out and get peaches for like pick them yourself off the tree for like $3 a pound. And the blackberries are like for a big thing of them is like $5 or $6. And on Mother's Day, they actually had food trucks out there, and it was like this big whole thing. But not all the peaches were ready, so they were like, "We're gonna have more of the bigger ones in 2 weeks." So we went back, and actually, I just spent the reason I wasn't on earlier. Is because I spent time peeling and chopping peaches for making peach jam. So I reached my limit, and I am taking it easy doing a scrap buster project while Chris actually makes the jam. Like I did the prepping and he's doing the jam making. So
Nice.
Okay.
team efforts.
Yeah, my sister lives in Door County, Wisconsin, and what they're known for there are the cherries.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
So yeah, when when they're in season, there's several places down there that you can do that you can just fill up a couple of buckets, and they just if you're getting enough of them, they'll even price them by the bushel. So my mom and my sisters go there and wind up just making a mess of jam.
I got a bunch of stuff starting to come up here. I got my cantaloupe, watermelon, sorghum, potatoes. I planted up my tomatoes. It was not that long ago.
Nice. We also had his cherry tomatoes. Like we've been able to harvest quite a few of those from his little cherry tomato bush.
I just
Yeah,
got my
a
first
few
batch
days
of Everglade
ago,
tomatoes.
A few days ago, we dodged a bullet of frost overnight.
Ooh.
Yeah, we don't really ever get frost. Like Mage and I are in the same general area, and we don't have to worry about frost as much as like people that live just shy of the North Pole.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is
you, Purple, and
Minnesota.
Jenny.
The general
This is
rule here,
Minnesota. In the
don't
same
plant-
week, in
is-
the same week, we hit a high of 86 degrees and a frost warning.
in this part of the zone 7, I believe we're in here. Don't plant until Memorial Day.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very short growing season here.
Perp, I just sent you 4 pictures of my side yard and garden. I recently learned that potatoes are real and they come back every year. So I feel like a farmer because I have a ton of potatoes, and I made mashed potatoes and they were edible and awesome.
Nice.
Potatoes may actually grow better where you are.
I was so impressed with myself. It's not even funny. Like,
I mean, if it's not weed, like you're not sure how to keep it alive.
Oh no, because of weed, I know how to keep everything alive.
Weed is hard to kill. I mean, it is a weed.
I like read to my plants,
That's adorable. My sister wants me to make her like a fucking plastic plant because she can't keep anything alive, not even a fucking cactus.
I had a plastic plant once, it melted. Right?
Well, cacti are notoriously difficult to maintain.
Yeah, they're not as easy as you think.
I actually had a cactus that we used to call Little Dick because it was big. And here it is almost 10 or 12 years later, and Little Dick is like, I don't know, 3 feet, 4 feet at this point. It's in my backyard.
Not so little anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture. It's big and fat, dude. I was so surprised. My cousin gave it to me at a party. She's a yuppie. She's like, here's a baby cactus, and I've kept it alive all these years.
Yeah, I had a rock garden, but they all died because I forgot to water them.
Perp, did you get the pictures I sent you?
Yep. I'm getting it up. It takes a minute because I've got to save them to my computer and then open them with a viewer.
Sorry, I got no sleep and the coffee's kicking in. Insomnia is my new friend, and I don't like it.
I feel you. I have not been able to get, like, I've never gotten a solid night's sleep, but whereas I would wake up once or twice, now I'm waking up 5-6 times in the night, and I'm just so fucking tired.
It was actually
that's the way I always sleep.
It was actually 7:30 in the morning when I fell asleep.
I got 4 solid hours nonstop last night. First time.
Lucky bitch.
Oh,
Amazing.
Lucky
yeah.
bitch.
Y'all complain about your insomnia, and it's horrible. I hate it too.
So I only
Those are
after-
grapevines that have taken over
Hey,
my
well,
patio.
well, let Jenny finish.
After my bottom surgery, the doc did something, and I have to pee about every 20 minutes to 45 minutes. And
Oh.
at night, I get up about 5 or 6 times every night for the last 30 years.
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
Now that's insomnia.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much how I've always slept, so I feel for you.
You know, I used to say that when I was younger, that it's not the sleep deprivation that drives insomniacs to homicide and suicide. It's the fucking infomercials. Like when I couldn't sleep, fucking Billy Mays screaming at me from the fucking TV.
Kitty, you gotta stay away from crazy stuff. Like I love disco music, but I don't like listen to it when I've been up for a day or two, you know. So that is my side patio with Spanish tile and grapes. Those are grapevines. You don't ever have to water grapevines.
Looks nice.
There's I sent you 4 pictures. There's the other one is my grapevines have completely taken over. I built an entire thing from the hang on and everything. So
Yeah, sorry, I meant to go to the next picture and I hit the wrong button there. Okay.
but those are the grapevine. I haven't even hung half of them yet.
Oh, I would love to have a setup like that.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
overgrown.
Grapevines will just take over the whole yard if you don't keep them in check.
And you can like tell the ones that I've hung up, and that's only like in a 2-week period that much has sprouted.
Yeah.
I had this neighbor who was just this nasty little guy, OCD and everything. He used to actually rearrange his garbage. I'm dead serious.
That's insane.
He had a grapevine. It was at least 75 to 100 years old, and it was beautiful. And every spring, when the grapes started to come out, he would pick every little starter bunch of them off because he hated how they got bigger and would fall to the ground.
Yeah. When I lived in New York, we just had the invasive grapevines, you know, and I would chop them all down, and it wouldn't take a month for them to be like this again, covering our whole fence.
We have trash pandas, possums, cats, squirrels. Like they love grapes. Okay, so no joke, those are potatoes.
Mhm.
And I'm still shocked that I grew. I feel like a farmer, you know.
Mhm.
My whole life I've done it in an industrial setting, but besides growing pot, I've never done it at my house. And so I'm actually all accomplished because I grew potatoes.
Are those near the grapes?
They're all near each other because I didn't know what I was doing. I walked out and just put a bunch of potatoes there, like around this time last year.
No, actually, growing polyculture like that is pretty good.
But they're all growing near each other because the soil, that's where the soil is the most fertile too. And that's my parsley. I water that twice a day.
That's not
Yes,
parsley.
parsley,
That's
yeah.
parsley.
Yes,
I water it
your
twice a day.
parsley.
And that's not
That's
that
oregano.
old either.
It's oregano.
Yeah, my oregano is not that old either. So I'll let you know if I get tomatoes.
Well, it looks like you got a really healthy plant there. You've got really big leaves and not much stem.
And it's only been there like, I don't know, a month.
Oh, when you prune back like stuff like those grapes and stuff, don't bother cleaning it out. Just leave it on the ground. It'll break down and create a mulch and help fertilize the soil there.
That's what the other that other pot behind it, that's from last year's tomatoes. And I didn't do anything but water it, and it's already sprouting. I didn't even put any seeds or anything in that other pot, and it's growing. So I'm stoked. I'm gonna have a ton of tomatoes this year.
Oh, hey, we got Uncle Beck.
Last year I
Real-
grew
Hello,
a
B.
lot, and I didn't know what I was doing. So now I know what I'm doing. I'm full farmer when it comes to the pot.
What
I
kind of
wish I could grow
potatoes are
that stuff.
What's that?
Will? What kind of potatoes are they?
Those were Idaho russet potatoes.
Okay, russets.
Yeah, that I threw literally a year ago because Isaiah, he gets compulsive when we go to the grocery store, and it's just him and I rarely say no, and we'll get all this food and sometimes he won't eat it, you know.
That's why I'm trying to grow the russet potatoes from the grocery store.
You should try some of the blue potatoes.
They have come back so strong, it's not even funny that I'm going to plant more.
I've been looking at growing some wild varieties of potatoes.
You know what? Like, I always brag about having money and stuff, but the truth is, the good way to save money is to not spend it. And like, I'm gonna start growing food because inflation and everything, it's through the roof right now, and food is going up. Even pork has gone up in California,
Yeah.
and pork is cheap.
Dealing with the supply chain thing is the reason why I started my garden.
Yeah.
Well, I've done some calculations recently, and yeah, here in Pittsburgh, food has gone up half a gain on average.
I have and I'm not kidding you. I'll go grab it in a second. I spray cougar pee. It's synthetic cougar piss. I have ant spikes and all kinds of other stuff that I have all around my yard. But I only have it in a concentrated area because it's not the bugs' fault that I'm growing pot and I don't want them around it.
Yeah. My sister has, a huge garden and does really well with it, but always has a problem with wildlife getting into it. She put up an 8-foot fence around it, which usually keeps the deer out, not always. But, anything that can climb, the squirrels, the raccoons, all that kind of stuff is still getting into it.
Yeah, things like
So
cougar
I
pee.
told her if she would let me, that I could build her a geodesic dome that we could cover in poultry wire. And
Yeah,
as
things that-
standard 8-foot 2x4s, I could build one that would have covered about a quarter of an acre.
Things like cougar pee can only last so long because the animals would start getting used to the smell and realize there isn't any danger. Or it can dry up and you have to keep reapplying it.
I recently, one of the trash pandas in the neighborhood pulled up one of my my pineapple stems. So I'm gonna flat out tell you, there's a lot of stuff you see on the internet is complete BS. It is real that if you cut the top of a pineapple and put it in the ground, it will grow another pineapple.
Yeah, that's how I get most of my pineapples.
Oh, yeah. My sister was sending me pictures just a couple of weeks ago because she did one like that, and it's actually got a fruit on it now the size of a golf ball. So
a trash panda pulled out one of my pineapples, and I'm pissed. And so all of my like Ranger Rick, like, let's save the trash pandas. I'm like, if I find that thing, I'm gonna cage
Yeah, I
it.
know.
Poor little trash panda. They're so cute.
I hate them.
They're adorable.
Although,
Although,
sorry.
no,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my sister's sister-in-law, her husband's sister, actually, her husband works in landscaping, and she actually took in a baby raccoon that had been abandoned by its mother, and it gave my sister a hickey. And I was like, you better hope the thing doesn't have fucking rabies, otherwise, you will die if you don't get vaccinated. But I mean, apparently it's been checked; it doesn't have rabies, but still.
My neighbor took in
let me
a
see.
raccoon, and it would chase me around the yard when I was a little kid.
My neighbor across the street had 2 parrots. At first she only had one, and then she had a second one, and the one that she had was Joey, and he was an asshole. He fucking hated people. And if a person got up too close to him, he'd take their fucking finger off. But he never went after kids. He understood kids don't get it. So, he would just, back away from the kids. But an adult, he'd fucking pick a fight, man. He'd throw down.
I have the
Those
fun
things
finder.
Those things live forever. I actually have a good friend, and I recently asked her on Facebook. We went out in junior high, and I asked her all these years later. I was like, "Is your parrot still alive?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's still alive. Those things live forever."
They don't grow on trees. They
Yeah,
stay
like
like
a
ground plants.
Shrub.
Yeah, they're kind of like a shrub.
Like I said,
Yeah.
that stuff on the internet, some of it's BS, but this one was
They're
real.
like little mini. They look like little mini palm trees.
Yeah.
Like itty bitty little palm trees.
Yeah, I was shocked.
They're spiky
So-
too.
When I catch that trash panda, I don't. In our city, we no longer have, like dog catchers. Our city no longer. People just they're not doing the job anymore. So when you call animal control, they tell you, "Oh, good luck."
Yeah, those tops of the pineapple. That's basically the plant, and they'll just get maybe about 3 feet wide and maybe a foot or so tall. There you go.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Did have any of you ever tried to grow spaghetti? Plant a spaghetti tree and harvest
You mean
it?
spaghetti squash?
You never
No,
find
it hangs out with the snarp, right? With the tree snarp.
Spaghetti grows on trees.
Yeah, with the tree snarp, right?
Yes.
I was just looking up.
Right next to the jackalope.
I was just looking up spaghetti recipes. I want to make my own noodles just to say I've done it.
Pineapples are awesome. So when I catch you, Trash Panda, like you're watching YouTube right now.
Well, I was gonna grow spaghetti, but I lost my poor meatball when someone sneezed.
Okay.
There you go.
Ah, no,
hate you.
It rolled off the table and onto the floor.
I had forgotten that song existed, so fuck you very much.
But Kitty, you totally reminded me. Like I'm in about a month, I'm gonna have a ton of food because the grapes are heavy this year.
Mark Caesar, I did once have gator chili. One of
I've
my
had
foster brothers had visited Florida and came back with a few pounds of gator meat.
I've had gator jerky before.
Same.
I've had popcorn gator. I've had fried gator. I think I've had gator jerky, but I've never had it in a stew.
Man, you guys, I know I always promote these privileged things, but you guys got to go to Louisiana. They make great gator gumbo.
Gator.
We can have gator gumbo here too.
Oh,
Popcorn gator is really great, but the husks can really bite your finger off.
I've
also
said
had-
many times that I've eaten pretty much everything you could find in the Michigan forest because
I think
that's the way my grandparents lived. Was if there's an animal that's being a nuisance, you go out and shoot it. And my grandma wouldn't let anything go to waste, so you're gonna cook it.
yeah, it makes sense.
You've eaten everything in the Michigan woods. Does that include survivalists?
Well,
Long
see,
pig
if-
isn't
if
for
I-
everybody.
if I ate them, they didn't survive. Now, did they?
Kitty, what do you know about human long pig? That's awesome. I think that's awesome.
Just saying.
I think I've also had a grilled gator.
For anyone who doesn't know, long pig is basically another term for human meat
Yeah.
because we're
Oh.
like pork and
That's
we're
the
longer
first-
than a pig.
You know,
So
Interesting
the
enough, if we had these, they were testing out these taste sensors on computers, and one of the scientists put his hand on the sensor, and the computer registered it as bacon.
Mhm.
So just remember that we taste like bacon to computers.
You're the first person that I've ever heard it referred as long pig. Where I'm from, they say something kind of racist before it.
Well, we're actually so close to pigs that they use them for a lot of medical research.
yeah,
And
or
they're
tattoo
even
practice.
working now. Yeah, they're even working now to see if they can transplant a pig's organs into people.
I'd take it.
Back in the day when I lived on Hoover Street in Los Angeles, I dated this rocker chick from El Salvador. And, I had really never lived in Los Angeles. I'm from the burbs. I just moved back from Arizona. And I remember LA, everything was foreign to me. And we were living together. She was a tattoo artist. I opened up the freezer and there was a pig head in there with all these gang tattoos and teardrops, and she would bring it out, defrost it, tattoo it, and throw it back in the freezer. That was her practice head.
Yeah.
You know, but being from the
Well-
burbs, like, we don't play with our food like that. We just eat it.
Okay, yeah, you know, if she's learning to do the art on skin, I guess that makes a lot of sense.
But our skin is the exact same as pig skin. And
Well,
Yeah.
they use pigs for ballistic testing as well, because
Yeah.
you can't exactly put a bunch of bullet wounds in a person. Society tends to frown on that, especially if they weren't already dead. But you know, even if they were, I mean, it's like, fuck, corpses have rights.
How about growing an ear on a mouse?
Yep.
Yeah, I
I-
mean, that's kind of
you
sad,
know-
honestly.
I'm evil in a way where I believe in humans over anything, and I'm an advocate of science, like stem cell research, all of it.
I won't
maybe that
call it
makes-
evil, but you know, I don't know.
I'm for the continuation of the species as long as we don't continue killing each other.
Oh, we're going to continue killing each other.
Now, see, it kind of depends on my mood from day to day whether or not I think survival of the species is a good idea.
You know, my real dream at this point is to get a starship with sustainable life and just let me go on my merry way. And the
Okay,
world
and-
can have it out. I think space is big enough that if everyone, like, you're like, all right, we want to get a starship and just disappear. Space is that big. We can all go in different directions and never see each other ever again.
I will say that anyone who has raised a teenager
Good job.
has had days that they have thought that survival of the species was not a good idea.
I have an almost teenager and he drives me crazy sometimes.
Wait for
Mine's
it.
not even, you know, at the preteen stage yet, and I feel that.
This August, Isaiah will be 13 years old.
I
And he's
am so
already started.
sorry.
Richard just turned 8.
So he's already and
That's right.
Isaiah has spent his entire life around adults, so he already thinks he is one.
Okay,
Good
but Mark, actually, a titmouse is actually a bird. It is not a mouse and does not have tits, so I have no idea why they called it that. But
And blue boobies are so disappointing. I looked that up one day. I was like, that's just a duck.
yeah, but you know, I put a picture of them as the thumbnail on one of my streams just so I could use the word boobies in the title. And that got about 3 times as many hits as any of my other streams.
Makes sense.
And there's also those great tits.
Yep.
There's Tits, Oregon.
Well,
It's an
although-
actual place.
And then there are Pussy Willows.
Yeah.
Still, the live stream that has gotten the most hits are I didn't pick the image. You know, Google randomly just stole an image from the middle of the stream, and it happened to get one with Kitty leaning into the camera.
And with that conversation,
Yeah.
this is another one going private.
Honestly, doesn't bother me. Like, if my cleavage can bring you eyeballs to your streams, peace. Don't care.
So this is what I don't understand about YouTube. Okay, as someone who lives on YouTube, I'm always watching YouTube. I watch channels that stream live television. I watch channels that stream movies that are coming out right now. I watch all kinds of stuff. How can that be up? And if I was to sing "I Have the Tiger" right now, this whole stream would be taken down.
Yeah, a
don't
lot of
get
it
it.
depends on who's owning the trademarks.
And I absolutely love her, but Jessie Gender gets to do CBS Paramount content, and other people don't. I don't get it.
They're
I just-
arbitrary with the rules.
And it's and I love her. I'll stand for her. But there's other creators that I watch that do Star Trek content, and they've all been taken down by CBS. Like actual CBS has sent them emails like, stop doing your content, we will sue you.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why the other one got taken down. They didn't like my rant.
I don't get it. They
I like Jessie's content too. Did you just see her most recent one on the book where there's a line in it about how J.K. Rowling died?
Yeah. Yes,
I love that.
I wait till I'm in the car with Isaiah, because Isaiah's in that like edgy teen phase where he's trying to go Ben Shapiro. So I wait till we're in the car and I make him watch it. We watched it in the car the other day. The problem is that people get so offended over what they consider the other side. I don't pay attention to people I don't like. If I don't like someone, like, you don't exist. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give you that attention, you know?
There's very few people that live in my brain rent free, you know, and like there's baggage and trauma associated with those. So like just randos, nah.
I am so stoked that I found this Robotech book. I'm going to be reading this all night, taking me back 30 years.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me with J.K. Rowling isn't so much her bad take on trans, is that she isn't really willing to consider or changing your mind.
The fact that she'll use her fucking platform to bully like small creators who, like, that bitch literally will sit there with a glass of wine, searching her name on Twitter, find someone who's got like 50 followers that made some snide remark about her, put that person on blast, and then that person gets harassed to the point of wanting to fucking quit life.
Oh, now I need to be snarky to her.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to get blasted on Twitter for some of the stuff I say to these government officials.
But no, basically the book that Jessie was reviewing, it talks about basically kind of like a 28 Days Later zombie thing, but it's all the men basically, or anyone who has a testosterone level higher than a certain threshold. So basically NBs women and some trans women are all that's left. All the men have turned into rage zombies. And so you have a bunch of like turfy bitches like trying to survive, and J.K. Rowling like dies in the book because she basically had a bunch of people, like she had the money to be able to hire people to like protect her when shit started to go down, and then like something happened that was like an accidental fire or explosion, and that was it. That was all it was. It was just like, yeah, she died in a fire before the apocalypse. And that's it. But she lost her ever-loving fucking mind. And like her supporters lost their mind over it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, grow up.
First off, I love that song. I hope you die in a fire. And second, like people have said worse about me. I could care less. I hope people are.
I would
my
have much
haters.
preferred that she died by like a testosterone bomb or something like that.
It's different on Turf Island. It's like joining a gang when they
Like,
announce their
It
turfiness.
really bummed me out because there was one YouTube creator that I really, really liked, but she went down like the mum's net fucking rabbit hole and started spouting off like turfy talking points. And I'm like, it's so frustrating because like her content has nothing to do with politics, like whatsoever. It's about like film and like specifically like fight choreography. And so she actually, you know, has done like stage fighting and stuff like that. So she'll like break down different like fight scenes in a movie or a show and, you know, go through like a play-by-play. And I really loved watching her content. But then, like I said, she was like, she made, you know, a post or whatever talking about how like Mumsnet, you know, not everybody agrees with everything, but like they're a solid community. And then she made some like turfy comments, and I'm like, oh, damn it.
I can bypass stuff like that if it's not too often.
Well, you know, it bothers me because, like with J.K. Rowling, there's, Harry Potter is one of the big lines for Lego sets. So I'd like to buy those, but I don't want anything that gives her a dime.
Yeah. I do like her work, but her takes on stuff is not so good.
Honestly, though, Harry Potter was really, really white, and
Oh, yeah.
you had a one of the only and she's still just a supporting side character of Cho Chang. The fact that the goblins in Harry Potter are essentially Jews, scheming and conniving, big noses and money people.
Well,
they're stereotypes that were used for the Jews. So it's she's got issues.
Yeah, what really bothered me with the Harry Potter series was that, they brought to light the whole thing about the house elves being slaves, and Hermione was starting up this campaign about it. And then that just got forgotten about and it was never mentioned again.
I was in my 20s when it came out, so I didn't get into it like people of different generations. It's not of my generation, but the week after J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF, I was at a Goodwill in Ventura, California, and I got a $90 cloak for $4 because somebody turned in all their Harry Potter stuff to the Goodwill.
Well, for me, one of the big things is that the Harry Potter was one of the things I used to read to my fiance at night. So it's got a very strong emotional connection for me there. So it kind of twists me up the way it turned out.
I have opinions on a lot of things and I keep my mouth shut. I am way more polite on the internet than I would be in real life in certain conversations. And it bothers me when people can't extend that courtesy. So regardless of how J.K. Rowling feels, I'm a capitalist. If I'm making money off of something, I'm going to shut my mouth. I am going to shut my big fat mouth and not say a damn. I'm going to welcome everybody, even my enemies.
That's a good policy to have.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good policy to have to welcome everybody.
And like in my own writing, I'm not, deliberately trying to be political, but, there's going to be a lot of things in there that are kind of like, gay, trans issues and so forth, mostly because I'm dealing with aliens who all have their own methods of courtship and reproduction. So I'm sure that's going to put a lot of people off. But to me, that's part of what makes it interesting is, trying to highlight what is the culture for all these different species.
We need to have the African humanist on. We were the other day. I was on her show and we were talking about homosexuality in certain communities, and I think it would be interesting to bring her on.
In some countries in Africa, they're extremely repressive about it.
In the Black community in America, they're extremely repressive about it, like the same that they are in Africa.
Yeah.
It's just we don't have honor killings here,
Well, I know about that, but, over the years, I had met quite a few black guys that were interested in having fun, but they didn't want anybody to find out about it.
DL.
On the down low.
I think the one thing that hurts people's feelings, like where I'm from, I still get rando emails on Facebook and stuff. It's I've either punched that person in their face or had sex with their wife or some girl they were in love with in high school. I was like Captain Straight Guy, Mr. Super Straight, and they all perceived me as a certain way. So, but it shocks me why people care. I don't care about anyone else's sexuality. Don't be a dick. Rule number one.
And Ox, I do separate the writer from the work, and that's why I'll still watch the movies and that, because I bought all of those before I found out how horrible she was. It's just that at this stage, I don't want to give her and do anything that's got the licensing on it because I don't want anything that gives her extra money.
Yeah, the author of Ender's Game is a pretty good example of separating the work from the author.
I didn't see that.
Ender's Game?
Yeah.
It's a book, based off of a book, and the guy who wrote it is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, so was H.P. Lovecraft, but I mean, how much of us use like in like our role-playing games like Eldritch Abominations, that draw inspiration from a lot of the work that he did. He was a racist piece of shit.
And we can also get into the whole thing with Alice in Wonderland. Being Alice was one of was based on one of the girls the author was molesting.
Every one of my heroes from the 90s was either a steroid abuser or a wife abuser. Perfect example. When I was a kid, my dad would take my family to Minnesota Twin Games for some rando reason, okay? So I have, this is a limited edition blah, blah, blah pin. I got it at the Metrodome back in the day. My whole point is Kirby Puckett was my hero, wife beater. Jose Canseco.
Kirby Puckett and the Union Gap?
What's that?
Kirby Puckett and the Union Gap?
I miss those days. I miss I was a dumb kid though. I would just get on a plane and go places. But my whole point is in my whole era, all the sports stars I looked up to are terrible people. Terrible people, But where do you draw that line, do you guys support Michael Jackson?
I don't.
Cancel me. If you do, please cancel me because I don't support people who prey on the weak and the sick.
I never really cared for his music in the first
I think
place,
his music's overrated. I've always thought his music was overrated. I was never really a fan.
I've got about 5 pieces from his entire career that I keep on my playlists.
Some of his stuff is okay.
I've actually seen him in person. I do not support anything that has to do with Michael Jackson. I will fight. I'll get in a fist fight with somebody over it. But in that case, I can't separate the act from the artist. I think he veered off. He got weird. There's one thing to bleach your skin like Sammy Sosa, and there's another to people. I don't know, anyone who messes with kids. I don't feel sorry for you in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's a no chomo zone.
Yeah, so that's why I have that's why I asked that question. When I was a kid, I went to WrestleMania 2000 when it was in Los Angeles. I met Chris Benoit. It was the only signature I had on my program. He went home and murdered his entire family after that,
Just after meeting you, you had that big an impact on me.
You know what's funny? No one was talking to him, so I walked up, talked to me like I'm talking to you now. Cool guy, just real person. Totally we were the same height. I was shocked on how short he was. Buff dude, just total nice guy, talked about hockey. I don't know. But it goes back to my original question. Is there any do you guys watch the Cosby Show?
No.
No, and that's another one that, I feel bad about because all of the other actors in that show, who put on a good performance but are not getting royalties anymore because nobody will air it.
That show in a lot of ways raised me in a lot of ways. That was my era. I watched it from the 80s all the way to the last episode.
I'm kind of glad that my fiance died before all that stuff about Bill Cosby came out because, she remembered him from way back. He had been a father figure to her when she was growing up.
Same. I would always jokingly say that I was a Huxtable.
I used to really like Mel Gibson until he came out as a Holocaust denier and a misogynist wife beater.
He's like a out here it's weird. People rage and it goes straight to Jewish people. It's the weirdest thing. I've heard people have called me anti-Semitic slurs.
Well, it's because they've been using their space laser to burn down your forest.
It's the weirdest thing. We're reverting back as a species.
I still can't quite conceptualize that a sitting member of Congress said that.
And it's still there.
Yeah. Oh, man, I saw a video just a couple of days ago of some guy giving her a hard time about that one.
Yeah.
And she stood there with, I did not do that. I did not do that, sir. I did not do that. And it was a musical way that she presented. I did not do that. There were recordings all over the place.
Who is it?
The Marjorie Three Names.
Marjorie Taylor
yeah.
Greene,
Okay. Yeah, ever since the election, her primary has been coming closer and closer. She flipped on the God switch about a month or so ago. That
understanding is that she
mentions God.
She was the last one I chewed out on Twitter.
She's on my regular mailing list on Twitter. I have her, DeSantis, Abbott, Paul Gossar, and what's his name? Matt Gaetz. And
Matt Gaetz is one of mine from my state. Yay!
I send Twitters to them all the time, every day.
Jenny, I see you also talking to our friend Kevin Sorbo.
Yeah. I've been calling him out lately too.
Oh, and this is how I know that you and Purple do not sleep, because it'll be 3:30 my time and I'll see something that you posted 5 minutes ago and I'm like, ooh, that is no sleep.
Yeah, my latest one was that I really pushed him on was I suggested a title for him that's basically the Bible in the original language, properly translated, and said, okay, read this shit. You're going to find out what you believe is completely wrong. He didn't answer.
Laugh.
Yeah, I do not see how anyone could actually read the Bible and still be a Christian.
Again, and I get hosed for saying this, and people have called me ignorant. I'm not calling it a mental illness, but we've reached a certain point in humanity where we can prove things.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, all the evidence and everything aside, how can you read through the Old Testament and reconcile that with a loving God? How can that be the same character?
I'm going to raise my hand because I have a question. Why would you follow a tribe of ancient, for lack of better terms, dick cutters who would mark your ear and make you a slave? Could you imagine being in Africa and everyone's like, hey man, stay away from that tribe. Those guys will chop your wank and cut your ear. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, it's just part of the wank.
Ooh.
Just the sensitive tip part.
I'm not a Gentile, but I was a baby, so I wasn't there. I don't remember it.
Yeah, I don't remember it happening, but I've got the evidence that was done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I knew it was done too, but I really had no awareness of it until gym class in high school. Oh, look what they did.
Yep.
Oh,
I didn't know.
Well, I really didn't have the awareness of it until I was like in my 20s, because even everyone I had seen in the locker room in school was all the same.
I had an ex-girlfriend who said, "Oh, you're cut," and I'll never forget. I was young, and I asked her, "What does that mean?" And that was the first time I heard someone define what it was between Jews and Gentiles. Oh, I thought everybody was like that.
I mean, the Catholics seem to do it a lot too. I mean, it's also just really popular in the United States in general.
Yeah.
Hello?
And nobody can explain why.
Like most of the people with penises that I've ever been with have been cut. I can think of only 2 that weren't.
Yeah. I've encountered a few, but I've looked at rather more than most people.
I live in a multicultural city where people come from around the world and their traditions follow. So some people are and some are not.
Well, it's not something that I've ever really started a conversation about to, even find out if they were a different religion or what.
I hang out with old people, and the argument is always, they always say it's a cleanliness issue. But to me, that's more of a 1950s argument.
Yeah. Kitty, I always have a hard time deciding if I should call my surgery a radical circumcision or a radical episiotomy. Which do you think?
Honestly, it's kind of both because it's one and then the other. But speaking of episiotomy, a friend of mine that I was in school with, he finished nursing school, and he was there for a birth, and the doctor did an episiotomy, and he cut a little bit too much. So as the baby was coming out, essentially the baby's fist came out the mother's rectum.
Oh, Jesus.
Damn.
And he was like, it was the most metal birth he had ever witnessed. He's like, that kid might turn out to be the Antichrist.
Oh, God.
I don't know if it's still up there.
I'm going to be sitting on a pillow for a week and I can't even have babies.
I'm not sure if it's still up, but I remember WebMD actually was promoting circumcision for a while. They were trying to cite some study in I think it was Africa where circumcised people had less cases of AIDS than those who were non-circumcised, but that study didn't factor in the education that the people getting circumcised were also getting.
I think there were some other things that were listed as health benefits, like lower incidence of UTIs and a few other STDs, but like a small lowering,
Yeah, it turned out that the people getting circumcised were also getting condoms and taught safe sex practices.
Well, I would also wonder, are the ones getting circumcised the ones who actually have access to some type of medical provider, and the ones who weren't had never seen a doctor in their life?
That's possible too.
That's how it goes around here. Oh, did I miscalculate my fan? Oh, kind of.
Like I said, I'm not sure if it's still on WebMD or not, but they were pushing the. Oh yeah, it has this medical benefit.
Isn't that more of a Western thing? Because I've been to like a Muslim country, and no one's cut.
Well, I think that the thing in Africa is mostly that the ones who are cut is because a Christian church moved in.
Yeah, Christians tend to be cut a lot more often than not in
Yeah.
my experience. I mean, obviously Jews, yes, but that's like part of their religious thing. Whereas Christians, it just quit, or I should say Christians in the West, it just seems like something they kind of picked up, possibly from the Jews.
I don't think people should be circumcised without their permission and stuff, which means you don't do it automatically as a baby. But I am far, far more concerned about the people in places that do female genital mutilation.
No.
Yeah.
That's a really radical, horrible, bad thing procedure.
Wow, doorknob head coming through with the facts. That's why, like in LA, it's not rare to see someone with an uncut sausage at all. And also, I spent 6 months in Sinaloa, and it depends on how hardcore the influence of the church was in that particular place. Because in a place like Mexico City, it's like America. You have atheists, you have Protestants, you have Mormons, you have people from all around the world that live in Mexico City.
Yeah, well, and as far as teaching boys how to wash it, that's really a big problem that a lot of the Christians have with it, is that if they teach boys how to pull back the skin to wash it, they might discover masturbation.
Anyone,
they'll never try it otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's such a crappy way of thinking. It's not even funny.
I didn't say it was a valid argument, but it's one I've often heard.
Look,
it makes sense. Like, I mean, fuck. Going back, even cornflakes were invented to try to curb masturbation.
That's true.
But you can't stop nature. My first girlfriend was a long pillow before it was popular.
Gives a whole new meaning to my pillow, doesn't it?
Yeah. Give a young man a will, they'll find a way.
I mean, like, they've found babies masturbating in utero while they're still inside. Like, it's not necessarily a sexual thing for them. It's just there are pleasure receptors there, and it's part of their body. It's just part of natural exploration of your body. I mean, it seems to be more so with boys discovering, masturbation or touching themselves more so than girls, but girls do still do it.
I said the same thing about homosexuality. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure if it's necessarily that young boys do it any more than young girls. It seems to me it's just part of their own, getting to know their body, and they're going to discover that, stroking certain places feels good.
I was on African Humanist's channel the other day, and I kind of said the same thing about homosexuality, that it's natural. It's the stigma behind it that we wear, and it's what other people say is why we hate ourselves or think it's bad. Masturbation is natural. There's nothing wrong with it. And is there a crazy person wandering around my neighborhood? Oh no, the male people have new uniforms. Carry on. But we put stigma behind these things and say, oh, they're bad, and we wear the shame. I could care less what someone thinks about me. Like, so there's nothing wrong with homosexuality or masturbation. The list is growing.
Personally, I loved the article that told me that dragonflies were cross-dressing prostitutes.
That what?
Dragonflies are sometimes cross-dressing prostitutes. That a male dragonfly will sometimes tuck its genitals away and strike up a pose on a branch and wait there until another dragonfly comes by and gives it a bug it caught. And then it will allow the other dragonfly to mount it while it is eating.
Cuttlefish are like that too. I told you I got that from this really weird TERF that got kicked off of YouTube. But she was trying to say that cuttlefish were trans predators. She was making a really crappy metaphor. But then I discovered that cuttlefish do the exact same thing, and I thought that was really interesting.
Well, cuttlefish are masterful about it because they can actually, not only can they change the color, but they can change the color on half of their body, so they can be two different colors. So they can slide between a female and another male, and the side the male is seeing appears to be female, and the side the female is seeing appears to be male at the same time.
That's interesting.
Cuttlefish
No,
are great.
so Ox, it didn't actually work, but the guy who invented the, cornflakes,
Yeah, the Kellogg's brothers.
he basically believed that a bland diet was what was needed to prevent self-abuse, i.e.
Yep.
masturbation. And he got really pissed at his brother when his brother wanted to start adding sugar to the cereal because sugar is not bland. That is the devil's dandruff, although actually devil's dandruff is a different thing, but we're not going there.
You know what's so funny? I'm obsessed with cornflakes, and I'm a hound dog.
Yeah,
I'm
the Kellogg Cereal Factory started out as a health spa.
That's true.
My morning's not right if I haven't had my cornflakes and coffee. I'll fight someone before cornflakes and coffee.
And I just want everybody to take note that once again we're talking about what religious people want everybody else to behave like, that they want to project onto everyone else their values and make all of us be controlled by their values. And just remember this come November.
I just voted recently. And don't forget to vote either. It's not just a crappy cliche, because your one vote could count. You'd be surprised. I vote in all elections, and I'm not joking. I say this in every election. Look up your local judges, because you could be appearing in front of them one day. Get involved in your area.
And people realize that this election really is the most important in your life. You are going to be voting for your democratic freedom. If the Republicans take the House and the Senate, you can kiss democracy goodbye.
Herschel Walker won Georgia, didn't he?
So just put
Yeah,
it in the
you
next.
believe that?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, don't just wait till November. Whenever the primaries are in your state, go. Because actually, a couple of the Republican nutcases like Cawthorn have been knocked out in the primaries already.
How long can we maintain this, though? Because it's eventually the Republicans are going to get power and do all this stuff anyway.
There's strong reason to believe that if the Democrats were to get power and really be able to move the Senate and have it actually vote on things instead of saying no to everything for the last 5 years, that the Democratic majority would be such that they would do things like pass the Equality Act, they would pass the Roe versus Wade codifying and things like that, and to reinforce these things by law now that they realize that they are genuinely being threatened by these nutcases. That, and what they believe demographically is that there's going to be so many young people that not a single Republican is ever going to win again. If
it wasn't
I wish I
for
could believe that.
if it wasn't for the Electoral College and the fact that the system is already rigged against it, where you have the state of, say, North Dakota, they have 2 senators. California has 2 senators. And yet, the population, the number of people in California is 100 times of the state of North Dakota.
We should have 8.
There's already an unequal representation. The fact that Washington, D.C. doesn't actually get senators, like they don't get a vote, even though they were their own separate thing. Puerto Rico, should be a state. Guam, like all of these territories that we claimed and are responsible for, the people living there are U.S. citizens, but they don't get to actually vote. Like, they don't have any representation.
The Virgin Islands, Tonga, Samoa, those are those are American territories.
And Guam is really bad. Like, the highest, like, of all of the places, that are part of the U.S., Guam has the highest rate of people who serve in the United States Armed Forces.
Oh, wow.
And yet they are getting absolutely shit on. Like, veterans, the VA, if you need fucking mental health care, you have to go to Hawaii, which is 5,000 miles away.
My dad used to always say Guam was a dirty word because he lived there for a year. He hated that place.
Well, it's a terrible place because, like Kitty was saying, they're part of the U.S., but they're not being provided any of the services that other U.S. citizens are getting.
But at a higher rate, they are fighting and dying and being permanently disfigured and fucked up by the military-industrial complex for this country. They keep doing it, and they keep getting shit on. That's their reward.
It's used as a landing zone, and the only reason that we don't treat Hawaii that way is because we can grow food there. That's the only reason we don't treat Hawaii that way.
Actually, I recommend everybody go and watch. John Oliver did a segment of Last Week Tonight. It's on YouTube, talking about U.S. territories, and he covers Guam and Puerto Rico and how much they are getting shafted by, the fact that they're in this essentially limbo where they're technically part of the U.S., but they don't get any of the rights and benefits other than the ability to travel freely throughout the U.S. They don't get to vote. They don't get representation in Congress. And it really fucking sucks.
Yeah, he did one like that a year or so ago on Puerto Rico.
Yeah, he did one on Puerto Rico, and then one specifically, and then he did one on U.S. territories in general, and he touched a little bit more on Guam in that episode, I believe.
Yep.
But he still talked about Puerto Rico, just all the U.S. territories.
Yeah, but as far as Hawaii goes, actually, it has nothing to do with growing food there. Hawaii just got priority because we needed the naval base out there. We needed the advanced warning against an incoming attack.
But we treat it with respect, and Guam is where we dump nuclear waste, and people, don't live to be my age.
Yeah, well, it's
I don't know.
Respect.
Yeah, Hawaii is not treated with respect. Hawaii is kept clean because it's a good tourist destination.
I was going to say, it's really pretty.
I know someone that is like, I always thought it was ha ha ha, you're a Hawaiian gangster. I met somebody who is a real life Hawaiian gangster. It's ghetto. Hawaii and the funny thing is, at the top of the hill is the most ghetto. So I'm not saying it's all paradise there. I'm just saying, like, it's not like Guam, and it is a landing zone. It is a landing zone, but is California, Oregon, and Washington, and Alaska.
But I mean, things here in this country would get a lot better if a few changes were made. The territories getting statehood, DC getting senators and congressional representatives, and of course congressional representatives and senators for the other US territories. But the fact of the matter is, the reason why the Republicans are doing what they can now is because, with voter roll purges and sweeping voter suppression tactics, they still have gerrymandering that they're doing. And like here in my state, fucking DeSantis decided he wanted to break up a Democratic district, a very a majority Black district, into two, and basically dilute their vote into two red districts. And a judge came back and said, nah, can't do that. And they're doing it all across the country between voter suppression and painting the districts in a way that the minorities' vote is dispersed, where they don't actually get a say. When you look at the demographic population of liberals to conservatives in this state, it's actually not as red of a state as it would otherwise appear. But right now, Republicans control, I think, 18 out of 28 of the counties. And if this other map went through, I think it would have been like 21 or 22 out of 28, or something like that. It's crazy. And the Republicans are doing it because they don't actually have policies that help people. If it wasn't for the culture war and it wasn't for the religious stuff, they don't actually have the vote. Trump re-energized them. Honestly, Trump was the best and worst thing to happen to the GOP. It energized their base where, they were able to eke out that victory in 2016. Because if it had been any other candidate from the Republicans, Hillary would have won, you know? I think Trump was the only one that she couldn't beat. And it was because he had those like faux, you know,
And
he was a lying populist. You know, he acted like a populist, even though he isn't.
And she helped prop him up because she thought he was an easy win.
Yeah.
And also, we don't even need districts. I mean, we could just go by county or state. Just okay, there's your voting block for that area. You know, whatever.
Well,
is
they
needed.
do it by districts because every alderman has a different group of places that he runs, and every county council person has their own group, and so they just keep it that way because it makes sense to in terms of the bookkeeping and shit.
I think it's useless.
Well, then you don't get your alderman or something like that.
I mean, local elections are important because there are things that affect one area of a state that wouldn't necessarily affect another area. To be fair, California could easily be fucking broken up into like 3 states with how big it is. Same with Texas.
Well,
but
that's what I mean. Why does a city have to be broken up into 3 or 4 districts?
Because
originally it was based on population.
Like where I live, there are just on my side of town there are hundreds of thousands of people. Like LA County alone has 10 million people, and they're not counting the people that are here illegally. A good friend of mine recently said that he thinks there's 5 million just Mexican people here illegally. There's a lot of people here in California.
For the districts I was talking about, I wasn't talking about districts in the city. I was talking about state districts because you've got, each county might be in a slightly different district. Like depending on where you are in the county, your county might not necessarily be the exact same district. And because, we have like so many people, you can't have one small group of people responsible for everyone in a state because they just don't have the money. They don't have the resources. State governments don't have the kind of monetary power that the federal government has. And even then, like there's tons of people for in government for running this whole thing.
That's why I said, just why not break that down to just the county or even just this down to the city level. You don't need to separate.
City is a legal corporation unto itself. A county is a political body that is responsible to the state legislature of where it's located.
It's a difference between state and local, or I should say state and national politics, because it's like every state has their own Senate, their own, House of Representatives. And then there's the Senate and the House of Representatives for, the overall country. And then you break it down, you go all the way down to like county dog catcher. And like, it really is important to get involved in politics in your area because we cannot wait for a top-down approach because that's going to require all the Mitch McConnells to meet the Reaper. And we don't have time for that. Like the world is melting.
And we don't have time to build things up either.
Well,
we have a better shot of going from the bottom up and hoping we get there before it ends up happening from the top down or before everything implodes.
What were you going to say, Jenny?
Republicans a full 30 years since 40 years since Ronald Reagan, 1980, to put the pieces in place that they have now that is going to allow them to take over the world. Okay, because they started out with school boards, they moved into city councils, county councils, state legislatures, then congressional seats and Senate seats, and start naming judges. And now they're in such a position that they have all the cards, all of them.
Yep.
And there's a
I
small
can't remember
that we could win, but if we don't.
Well, and the thing is that mostly when the Democrats lose elections, it's because of voter apathy. It's because so many people don't bother to vote.
Yeah. If it rains, Democrats stay home.
Right.
That's why
So
I
the
blame
big thing is that we have to really push that everyone needs to get out and vote. Don't think that my one vote won't matter. Because what happens is people start thinking my one vote won't matter, and a couple thousand people think one vote won't matter, and that's the difference.
Voter apathy, I put the blame on the parties who are disenfranchising these voters in the first place.
Oh yeah.
But that's by design.
I put
the Democrats are designed to lose to the Republicans because they both serve the corporate masters.
I
mean, problem.
The citizen. It's the citizen who votes, and they have decided to take the easy route and listen to bumper sticker politics instead of actually learning shit.
No, I don't blame them.
But the problem is, though, I'll tell you the honest truth, okay? Someone in my position, I can't stand Trump. I think he's an absolute turd that leaves a stain when he walks. But when he was president, he gave me more money than I made like in 2010 because I have property over a certain value because I'm part of another property. Yeah. What they do is they hook up what they consider their base. They say, okay, rich people vote for me, so I'm going to hook them up. Trump made the rich 10 times richer when he was president. I mean, 10 times richer.
Yes, but the poor outnumber the wealthy, fucking 100 to 1.
Yeah. But that's why I said in office. But that's why I said earlier, people vote with their feet up. The saying is ass up, but I say feet up to be nice because they're not. It's all about emotion. I'm on this side, so they're willing to put up with all the bullshit and the rhetoric from the right, not knowing that they're bringing literal Nazis into the political party, and that they're turning into, and that they are the new end party.
Okay, I see from Mark Caesar, voting is mandatory here in Australia. You're fined if you don't vote. It's a small fine, but it's a great incentive. How many people are there that cast a blank ballot or that mark the ballot at random just to have voted and avoid the fine?
Yeah, one of the things I worry about with mandatory voting, does that give whoever's listed on the ballot first an advantage? Because people want to get it over with, so they'll just mark the top box and walk out?
Probably. Yeah, that's what I wonder. Yeah, wait a minute. The thing that Doorknob had said, that's how I think of it, is a 40-year legacy, a response to FDR making adjustments, then the Reagan era shifting it all into high gear. Somehow that's not fitting into my head. How's that working? Because it seems to me like you on opposite sides of the stick.
Sorry.
I think what Doorknob had to say is that the Republican Party is still not over FDR. They are still not over Teddy Roosevelt. Okay? They have the long-term memory, and they remember all of the stuff, and they wanted back what it was before then, when people like the robber barons and the corporate slugs could do anything they wanted, take as much profit as they wanted, pollute as much as they want, abuse workers as much as they want, because they're the company. And that's what the Republicans are shooting for, is complete freedom for corporations to rape and pillage the society and the earth to their heart's content.
Okay, that makes more sense.
In a lot of ways, they already got that.
Oh, no, they don't. They really don't. We restrict corporations in lots of different important ways.
Sure, but not enough.
We do in
in a lot of ways.
How many states has Nestle come in and destroyed the natural resources to literally bottle it and sell it back to you?
How's Flint, Michigan going?
One of the reasons Californians have disdain for Kamala Harris is because she let Nestle come in, take our water. And I'm not kidding you. You can look at the timeline. 6 months later, that's when was the beginning of all of our droughts. When they were telling everyone, you can't water your lawn anymore. You can't do that. You can't do that. And here it is, how many years later, and we are still in that.
Flint, Michigan embarked on a program when this all came down to replace every fucking city water pipe in the city. And they've been making continuous progress on it. It's a very, very large job, so it's not going to be done right away, but they are making progress on it and people are recognizing the difference. But it's not done yet.
Okay, but the whole reason we're having a baby formula crisis right now is because Abbott was essentially hiding from the FDA the fact that they weren't doing proper tests. They were skirting what little regulations there were by testing the cans for whether or not they were sealed before they put product in it, doing samples and then making samples disappear, you know, when they came back positive for, I forget what microorganism it was, but babies died. That's why they did the recall, and that's why they shut down the plant, was because babies died.
And
to be fair, they finally found that the Abbott product did not have the bacteria that killed the babies.
Okay. And
but
as far
still,
as-
Abbott shut the whole thing down and then sat on their hands to not get it going again, because they knew that since they're 43% of the baby food market, that they would eventually get to the point where the kids are starving and they get to do whatever they want again, because it's a panic.
The only reason that they found out about the issue in the first place was the whistleblower.
Yeah.
And as far as the issue with Flint, Michigan, well, yes, they have made some progress on the problem. A lot of it was stymied because when they got a Republican governor, he cut funding to that.
And the government should have gotten on their ass to reopen, to get the thing cleaned up, make sure everything is good. But nothing was done, and going after being shut down.
Are you talking about Abbott?
One, two, Callie's coming for you. 3, 4, we're gonna steal water from Ox's door. California, we're gonna spread out and just make everything democratic in this country is what's gonna happen.
The problem with California water is that there's just too many damn people in that state.
Jenny, I agree with you. That's one of the reasons I no longer want to live here. And it's really weird because every 6 months I'll see a fresh set of Alabama plates or Florida, and I'm like, why do you guys keep coming here? It's hot there. It's hot in Alabama. I've been to Florida. It's just like California, just with humidity and weird creatures. I don't know. People, and you know what? I'm going to say this as the resident tour board of California. Do not move here. You will not become famous. You will not be discovered. Everybody here is beautiful. I go to the Burger King. You will see some of the most beautiful people you've ever seen in your life. Go to Starbucks. Beautiful people, because they all moved here because they were prom king and queens. And thought they were going to be.
Skid Crusher is absolutely correct, but it's more than just golf courses. It's the population. You take these deserts like, you know, Flagstaff, Albuquerque, all these major cities that are in Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Nevada, and they're trying to make deserts habitable, and deserts are not habitable.
Yeah.
And if you want to make it habitable, you got to bring in water from somewhere else, and they have sucked the Colorado River dry.
Yeah, they've got to bring in water, and then they've constantly got to be bringing in food for all the people there.
They have drained the central aquifer that used to run from Canada all the way down to Mexico, and from about the Mississippi River to the edge of the West.
Yep.
And they have sucked that aquifer down dry. It used to be about 12 to 20 feet below the surface. Now it's about 100 feet below the surface. Okay.
Yeah, but
all the water's gone.
Yeah, but that's nationwide, though. I have pictures of Jackson Lake in Oregon where you can see where the water has gone down to an all-time record low. the West Coast in general is in a drought. If you really want to get into
Oh
it.
yeah, you're right. It is.
The entire West Coast. It's not like we are in dire straits because we have population, but I've been places where I've been out in the middle of the woods, quite literally in Jackson, Oregon, and they're in a drought too.
And these bastards are now looking at the Great Lakes and going, 1/5 of the world's water supply, huh? Well, fuck, that's ours. We've been taking care of it. We use just enough. We return it. Don't you fucking touch our water.
But they've already done it. Nestle moved to Michigan to suck the Great Lakes dry.
Nestle's putting water in bottles is not going to wipe out the Great Lakes. It's just not.
I'm not saying that it is, but it's.
But they want to build 20-foot pipelines.
Yeah.
All the way to California.
It's insulting though that they're allowed to take your water and sell it back to you.
It is.
That's a load of hooey. Because I don't want to say BS too many times because I am a bit of a filthy mouth person, but it's BS. I don't care where you are. I still go to my local farmer's market and buy like seeds and stuff for, because I'm a farmer now with my potatoes.
A good place to get seeds.
But it's cheaper to buy from my local farmer's market than the grocery store. And it's straight from the farm, from the farm to my table.
Skits, you are absolutely correct once again.
Yeah.
Desalination, the only thing wrong with it is that it's so energy heavy that it's just not practical to do it, which is then interpreted into we're not even going to research this because it's just too expensive.
Yeah,
and
but
and it's short-sighted corporations just doing what's convenient.
But now that like wind and solar have developed much better than they were a few decades ago, I think the idea of desalination plants in California are something that, they really should be looking at more.
We have those. We have like, I don't want to say world leading, but we have all kinds of energy efficient stuff, all kinds of stuff. Jenny kind of hit the nail on the head. We have a large concentration of people that live in one area, and it's not just here in the state of California. We have more people that live here than in all of Australia, and there's more people that live in California than in all of Canada.
Yep.
So take that into perspective, and we think of Australia as this like big giant country, but there's more people in one state in America than in all of Australia.
Well, although apart from the coastline, Australia is basically uninhabited.
Yeah, they know better than we do.
Great movie, though. Mad Max, still a great movie.
Mel Gibson.
Okay, people, we've been going for 4.5 hours, so I need to wrap this up.
Fine.
So I can get some other things. Well, I was hoping that we would get on a happier topic before I had to do this, but
well, I guess we had to get it out.
Important topics aren't necessarily or very rarely happy.
The world's on fire right now, you just gotta dance and let it light the way. It's nothing you can do. Just don't harm people.
All I hope for is that
now I've got Los Angeles is Burning playing in my head.
Great.
All I hope for is that when I die, there's people like you in my life.
Yep. Okay. Well, Jenny, you got any last words?
Nope. Hopefully I won't oversleep tomorrow and I'll make your show then. We got Bees Wednesday Insanity tonight, 9:00 Eastern. And I don't know, maybe I'll do a live stream and like have sex with a watermelon or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm sure YouTube won't have any trouble with that one.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, really. It's just a watermelon.
Sounds like something you'd see in the alley and TJ. I'm down.
Yeah, B's going to be running in about 3.5 hours here.
Ooh, I got to go take a nap.
Okay, Kitty?
I got nothing. I'm just, killing time, trying to think happier things.
Yeah, poor Vis, you got as close to missing the whole thing as you possibly could. I'm just going around for people to do their sign-offs.
Aw.
Okay, Mage, you got any last words here?
No. I guess I'll be over on Lavender's when she runs if you're doing anything today.
Yep, sure are.
Okay, so I guess I'll be over there at some point.
All right, then I'll pop over there too.
Okay.
Oh, yay. Yeah,
Well-
come on over.
Okay, Diana, what time are you starting?
7 p.m. Eastern, so that'll be in an hour and a half.
Okay.
Catherine and I will be starting up, and then Mage, come on over. Kitty, absolutely, come on over.
Had a lot of fun last time.
Did I put you on the Lavender DM list?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so I'll drop a link in there, and then we can. I mean, it's called the open chat, so we might as well make it honest.
Absolutely.
Wednesday
I'm
seems
gonna
to be
have to go
open
do
chat
some-
day.
Yeah, everybody's streaming on
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah, I kind of moved it over here because I was having a hell of a time broadcasting on a dialysis day.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if maybe one of us should move to Tuesday or something.
There's nothing going on Mondays. There's nothing going on Sundays. There's very little going
Yeah.
Hey,
I
what about
actually
top liver?
I actually have been thinking a lot about changing my schedule, but I hadn't figured out what would be, a better day and time for it.
I'll tell you, I release my videos usually on Sundays or Mondays, and I get a ton of views. Because no one's doing anything on a Sunday, really.
Hey, you.
They're all thanking the
you-
Lord.
I was on a farm on Sunday.
Keys.
Okay, so Will, what have you got going?
Right now I have a video about mini sewing machines. Go subscribe to the Godless Sewing channel, Godless Sewing, all those micro machine things that I usually say. I don't know. My channel's growing. I'm nothing but good things. I'm a non-political, non-religious atheist. Godless Sewing. Check me out.
Okay.
Save the drama for your llama.
I'm really glad that you're doing well with that kind of structure. That's neat.
Yep. Okay, of course I'll be back here tomorrow night at 10. And I'll be on with the Shills Saturday at 6 Central Time. And with that, I would like to thank all my Patreon supporters. My newest supporter being Mark Caesar, who is always in the side chat here.
Yay.
Hey, cool, Mark.
Awesome.
And Skits Crasher and Jyuni. And Ox and Robert X, of course. And appreciate you guys also being there and, helping with the moderation so I don't have the spam bots to worry about when I'm trying to run everything else. Lavender Lady, whoever that
What the
is.
hell is that?
Yep. And Greg Hartwick and Dog. I appreciate you keeping everything going. So with that, we will bid you all a good night.
Good night.
Rock
you,
out with
Matt.
your clock
See you
out.
on the other side.